Есть люди, которых формирует игра, а есть те, кого сформировал спорт. И они пришли в игру уже чемпионами. Это моя история. Меня зовут Арслан Рахимов, я родился в 2002 году. В 5 лет я впервые вышел на борцовский ковер. И с того момента спорт стал частью моей жизни. Вольная борьба – это не просто физическая сила. Это режим, это дисциплина, это борьба с самим собой. Борьба научила меня никогда не сдаваться. Если ты упал, ты обязан встать, иначе ты проиграл еще до финального свистка. Упорство дало результат. Чемпион Азии, чемпион Узбекистана, мастер спорта международного класса. Но судьба готовила новый вызов.
В основном про Аслана, если рассказывать, он очень умный, перспективный, он успеваемый. Самое главное, у него была хорошая успеваемость. Ему говоришь, он как это все себя впитывает, и он установку всегда правильно делал. И по этой установке в основном побеждал и поднимался на большой пьедестал.
Kurashgan payti, masalan, judayam bir arsenal judayam ko'p sportsmen, sportchi, judayam ko'p texnikasi judayam chiroyli. Uncha kurashchida, yaxshi kurashchilarda yo'q. Masalan, men o'zim ham to'g'risini aytsam, havas qilaman Arslonning texnikasiga. Judayam tez, judayam o'sha texnikasi judayam kuchli. Sportchi bo'lib ham judayam disiplinasi yaxshi va mana kibersportda ham o'zini yaxshi ko'rsatyapti. Bu ham o'ziga yarasha disiplina talab qiladi, o'ziga yarasha mehnat, mashaqqatlari bor, o'ziga yarasha. O'shandan men judayam xursandman. Ikki tarafni ham yaxshi olib borayotganidan va unga kelajakda omad tilayman.
Я родился в городе Ташкент, в Мирзулубецком районе, и все мое сознательное детство прошло вот в этом дворе. Здесь я познакомился со своими первыми друзьями. Здесь неподалеку есть школа, там мы учились все вместе. В основном проводили время именно вот в этом дворе. Мы здесь играли в футбол, догоняшки, прятки, вот все вот эти вот детские забавы.
Арслан – это был очень долгожданный ребенок. И когда он родился, муж сразу сказал, что он будет заниматься спортом. И с 5 лет, уже почти 19 лет, мой ребенок, а теперь уже взрослый молодой человек, занимается спортом. И спорт – вся его жизнь.
Так получилось то, что уже спорт стал как бы частью моей жизни. Я уже начал заниматься профессионально им, тренироваться по 2 раза в день. Где-то в 15 лет я уже начал выезжать в другие страны. Начал на международной арене выступать. Для меня есть 3 основные мои награды, 3 медали. Это чемпионат Азии, вот это бронзовая медаль, это я получил в Бахрейне. Серебряная медаль, это была в Казахстане. И самая, наверное, вишенка, самое главное мое достижение, это золотая медаль чемпионата Азии, который проходил у нас здесь на родине, в Ташкенте. Этот пояс идет в комплекте с этой медалью. Я его завоевал на чемпионате Азии. Для меня это самая большая гордость. И сейчас самая главная цель моя – это отобраться на Олимпийские игры в Лос-Анджелесе, которые пройдут в 2028 году. И я очень рад, что спорт занял такое большое место в моей жизни. Именно эта дисциплина помогает мне еще и в PUBGMOBILE. Да, я помню свою первую игру PUBGMOBILE, это был 2018 год. Это тогда была совсем новая игра. Ну, я решил просто с друзьями скачать и попробовать сыграть. Мне очень понравилось. Для меня самым ключевым моментом было это, когда я первый раз сыграл именно турнир в LAN-формате. Вот эти эмоции были просто не передать, и тогда я понял, что я влюбился в эту игру. В 2018 году началась новая глава. Мы с ребятами решили создать клан УВВ в честь нашего спорта. Расшифровка — это United World Wrestling, потому что мы были борцами не только на ковре, но и в игре. Тогда мы просто играли и даже не думали, что можем достичь какого-то большого уровня. Но даже в то время мы ставили себе цели, главное не проиграть. Потому что изначально с борьбы у нас была самая главная цель — выиграть любым путем. После этого мы начали выступать на региональных турнирах, на местных именно узбекских турнирах, начали побеждать. После того, как мы получили какое-то призвание в Узбекистане, мы начали штурмовать СНГ. И спустя 2 года мы уже стали N1 даже во всем СНГ-комьюнити. И никто не думал, что обычные ребята с ковра могут доминировать в ТДМ на таком уровне. Мы влюбили в себя узбекскую аудиторию, и на каждом таком большом турнире наша страна нас поддерживает, и это одна из мотиваций наших. Да, это весь мой клан УВВ, определенные личности я не буду отличать, но есть именно основатели, которые вместе со мной создали этот клан. Это Файзик и Эмиль Рамзес. Когда начался карантин, спорт остановился. Залы закрылись, отменились турниры, мир замер. Но мы не остановились. Мы направили всю энергию на PUBG Mobile. Мы каждый день тренировались, мы разбирали свои ошибки, строили тактики, изучали наших соперников. Карантин стал для нас не остановкой, а только разгоном. Во время карантина мы, когда играли против более серьезных команд, мы поняли, что мы можем конкурировать с ними. С того дня мы начали готовиться все сильнее и поняли, что игра это не просто так. Мы поставили себе цель выиграть их всех.
Я даже не помню того момента, когда мой сын увлекся PUBG Mobile игрой. Это было на карантине, и, наверное, я работала онлайн. И что-то где-то он закрывался в комнате, да, были какие-то ночные переговоры его с кем-то, но серьезности мы даже тогда еще и не понимали, что это, что уже у Арслана начался новый этап в жизни. Однажды, когда он просто пригласил меня на игру и пригласил на прямой эфир этой игры был, но я поняла, что это действительно, это не просто игра, это его жизнь.
Я познакомился с очень многими достойными людьми, и они стали мне как родные братья, сестры. Для меня это самое главное достижение. 8 лет назад, когда я только скачал, я вообще не умел играть. Сейчас, спустя 8 лет, я очень сильно прогрессировал во многих аспектах. Это в аиме, в тактике, в геймплане. Я думаю, что есть большая разница. Из нашего клана вышли имена, которые знает все комьюнити. Рамзес, Батчер, Бэтбой, Вайми, Смузи. УВ стал не просто кланом, он стал школой. Каждый, кто прошел через нас, он стал сильнее. Это не просто тиммейт, это наш брат, наша семья. Со временем мы сделали ставку именно на ТДМ и не ошиблись. Уже на протяжении 4 лет мы доминируем не только в Узбекистане, но по всему СНГ и миру. ТДМ — это чисто индивидуальный скилл и командная химия. Именно здесь раскрывается полностью наш борцовский характер. Это не случайность, это дисциплина, переданная нам с борьбы. Скорее всего, я ничем не отличаюсь от тебя, потому что то окружение, которое у меня было в жизни, и то окружение, которое у меня в игре, это практически одни и те же люди. И какой я в игре, такой же я и в жизни. Многие думают, что игра и спорт — это разные вещи. Но для меня это одно и то же. Тренировки, режим, разбор ошибок. Борьба дала мне характер, а игра дала мне новое окружение моих братьев, моих друзей. И я очень рад этому. Это место, в котором я провожу очень много своего времени. Это спорткомплекс «Динамо». Здесь я тренируюсь 2 раза в день. Здесь вся тренируется сборная Узбекистана по вольной, по греко-римской, женская борьба. Вот вы можете видеть этот комплекс. На 2-м этаже тренируемся мы, на 1-м этаже тренируется греко-римская борьба. Так что это то самое место, где я провожу, наверное, 4 либо 5 часов в день.
Мне нравятся его друзья, которые появились после того, как он именно начал играть в PUBG Mobile. Потому что это все ребята очень хорошие, открытые, очень честные и верные. Я надеюсь, что он достигнет еще больших успехов. Ну а что нужно будет от родителей, мы всегда в помощь, мы всегда рядом, плечом к плечу стоим.
Я бы хотел поздравить PUBG Mobile с днем рождения и хотел бы пожелать ему никогда не останавливаться.
Он является для меня братом в жизни, другом, в игре лидером. Моментами, когда даже у меня денег не было, он мне деньгами помогал. Моментами даже говорил, как типа с девушкой правильно разговаривать. Вот это все вот братское, можно сказать. Ты это смотришь, Арслан? По-любому смотришь. На этом наша с тобой, можно сказать, история не заканчивается, она будет продолжаться до конца. Ты брат мой, я люблю тебя, и ты меня любишь, я это знаю.
Никогда не останавливайтесь, всегда идите вперед, ставьте цели, добивайтесь их. Я надеюсь, что у тебя получилось создать огромную организацию ВВ по PUBG Mobile и стать олимпийским чемпионом по вольной борьбе. PUBG Mobile дал мне не только победу, он дал мне людей, дал мне путь, и я благодарен за это. Самый главный совет — не тратьте свое время впустую. Если вы заходите в эту игру, ставьте цели, добивайтесь, выигрывайте их. Хочу сказать большое спасибо, то, что посмотрели мою историю. Надеюсь, она вам понравилась. И также надеюсь, то, что когда-нибудь на этом канале окажетесь вы. Чемпион не становится чемпионом случайно. Он просто никогда не сдается.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's day one of another very exciting adventure here in the PUBG Mobile esports circuit. Myself and the amazing Maxman will be back on screen. They've brought us back together as a duo to bring you some dynamic coverage of what should hopefully be a very exciting stepping stone in a storyline, Max, we started a couple weeks ago at this point. Twists and turns in the narratives, better teams around here. It's all going to get a whole lot more intense. So for everyone at home, strap yourselves in as the next 10 days are going to be spicy. Max, where are we? Why am I excited? Why should they be excited? And why is this going to be an incredible event?
Well, me personally, I'm in Poland, Jackie. But if you mean mentally, I'm at the peak of PUBG Mobile esports here. It's time for PMGO, EECA, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and looking at the format. I mean, Jackie, we had so many teams to qualify for their initial PMNCs with the in-game qualifiers. Only a couple of teams of each region were able to make it to their respective PMNCs, and now only a few remained in PMGO. And today in particular is going to be what I like to call the unofficial, well, no, actually not unofficial. They're the official scrims, right, in a way, with a calibration stage. And today's going to be very important to kind of set up the format of the knockout stage based on your performance of day one. You'll be put in your respective groups, and then that's when things really gets crazy here, Jackie, and we get down to business.
That's right, that's exactly right. Obviously, we'll have that bit of a reshuffle, get things organised off the back of calibration, and then work our way through the remainder of the days of competitions. That's the format that's on screen. You can see the trophy there at the big, juicy finale. So let's give the viewers some context in what exactly these teams are going to be playing for. You can see, of course, Max, we've got all these nice breakdowns of various price points that are going to be available, depending on how well you play throughout the competition, not only as an individual, as a team, but as individuals as well. You can see down the bottom right there, we've got our MVP of the tournament taking home that bonus, and our rookie of the tournament as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know what that means? We can be cocky that Doc cannot win the rookie award. Someone else will be able to win that one, because Doc has been winning every MVP award. Last year, he won the PMNC Mongolia MVP award, so this guy's on an absolute tear. With a new org now, by the way, right? They left APG, going into Aurora. But the team remains pretty much the same, right? So we should be seeing some good results. Looking at the prize pool for the knockout stage, 1.5k for first place, and it trickles down to just a few $100s at the bottom. But where the big money comes on board here, Jackie, it's in the grand finals. And if you become our PMGO EECA champions, you will be taking home 15 grand, which is significant before even heading into PMGO main event, right? Which that event alone is going to be worth $500,000.
Yeah, that's the big ticket item about all of this as well, of course. I'm sure for some of our returning viewers that are endemic fans of the scene, firstly, good to have you back. Strap in for the rest of the competition we're going to have here. But obviously, a couple of weeks ago, we were getting hyped up saying some of the new blood, how far are they going to go? This is a stepping stone right here into the EECA. But if you get those victories here, ooh, the timeline of where you're going to end up and how spicy it could be for you is only just beginning. This is a big part of this year's calendar. Quick breakdown of the points as well, of course. If you're unfamiliar with how we're going to be distributing this is what we're working with, taking those 10 points home for the chicken dinners.
I mean, this has been the same for the past few years, so I don't think we're ever going to touch the point system, right? It seems like people enjoy it, so we're going to stick to it for now, at least. Now, looking at the participating teams, look, I mean, you've got so many big names here, right? You're looking at to the left side, you've got Vicious, you've got your Dagestans going from left to right. You've got TT, which have great players from the CIS region on that squad. Top teams and Uzbekistan too, joining in PMGO EECA. But I did say the name earlier here, Jackie, and I have to bring it back up. Aurora, aka previously known as APG. These guys are going to be the team that everyone is paying close attention to and are going to be the favorites to take home this trophy.
Yeah, man, they're going to be very, very fun to watch. We can have a quick glance here, of course, at our actual distribution of our different squads, where they've been put so far as we get into our sort of seeding day, effectively, before we shuffle things up based off the results of this. A quickly at glance, Max, which squad overall is looking to be the most stacked group we're working with here? Anyone raising your eyebrows?
I mean, can I say Group C, or am I banned from picking anyone that has Aurora in it?
I think that's acceptable.
Yeah. Group C. What about you? You know what? If we can't pick Group C, right, as the most stacked team, because they also have the Vicious, which they have great international players on that roster, which do you think is the most stacked group? Again, outside of Group C.
Yeah, outside of Group C, I suppose if we trickle down a little bit, I am curious more so, for kind of more morbid reasons, to see how they perform. D and E are the two kind of outliers where I want to see what we're going to get from it. But we'll get into that a little bit as we start to see them, of course, as there's some familiar faces there that will be returning from the Club Open Eastern Europe that did impress us there. This, of course, is our overall highlight of what we're working with in Group A, though, Max.
Yeah, I mean, Group A is going to be looking really solid in this one, and especially looking at 27 plus esports. This is a team that has really Uzbekistan players, in particular Ruzen, or also known as Ruzen Boss. This guy is a menace, able to clutch up so many in the CSA region of last year for 2025, and he's back on board. This is a team that I think could very easily make it into the top 4 to make it to the main event. Though, looking at the time around, AMIX, also known previously as Moneymakers. Yeah. I mean, Jackie, we saw them play back in the Eastern European region, and this team was so clean, and I'm expecting similar results here in this PMGO qualifier.
Exactly. Now, key word there where I said more morbid reasons. I just want to see how those other outlying groups are going to be performing. Group B definitely has a nice distribution of talent in it, as the Sleeping Dogs lie for now. So curious to see how they're going to be performing. Of course, this is the big ticket item as well that we were getting excited about, and you can see our reasons on screen now. Some storied players here.
I mean, look, I'm going to skip Vicious and Aurora because we all know what we're talking about when we look at these teams, right? I'm really happy we're seeing Star Soldiers x Epic join this tournament, especially because we have Eliseo MVP. And if you guys remember, if you're a true OG PUBG Mobile Esports viewer, back in the day, he was back-to-back MVP in the Western European region. So it's good to see him back. Though, again, this region is really strong, so is that experience going to be enough to kind of circumvent the expectations around the other teams? That one we'll have to see as we check out Group D, and here, Dagestan with Nomi in particular, that had a slower start, I would say. Definitely stepped up massively towards the end of the tournament, but I think for you in particular, it was Zadira that was more of a standout for Dagestan, right?
Zadira was looking really good, man. He had some impressive runnings. I think he had some really spot-on moments as well with the individual calls, sort of plays he was making off the skin of his own back that led them to some very big point-earner games. So if he keeps up that level of consistency and lethality in the battlegrounds that we're seeing this time around, yeah, I think players are going to be impressed once again. And finally, of course, Group E up on screen there. A couple players that are also going to be very fun to watch. How are Afterlife going to be performing, right? As much as some of our the rosters we were getting very excited about previously have rebranded a bit, new organizations already, new names. I'm sure we'll be saying them quite a lot throughout the running of this one with how good some of the individuals were looking, and those overall rosters as well, Max. It looked damn tasty. But I'll tell you what else is going to be nice, what we're working with today. Switching it up a little bit, of course, in terms of the usual format. It is a bit of a calibration day, like you said, effectively the scrims, right? We ease in. So we've gone for all Erangels all damn day.
Exactly. I mean, this is not a technical error. We do have, indeed, 5 Erangels happening today across the board. We can see at the bottom, the groups are going to be rotating every single time. So every game will be missing out on 4 teams. And after this, based on your results, you'll be putting your respective groups for the actual group stage or league stage of this tournament, right? Which is going to be very important. But at this point, what I'm expecting from this day, Jackie, realistically, is to see the drop locations on Erangel Do we have any issues happening over there? And if yes, you can fix it, because your points are fully reset after these 5 matches. So really, if you want to limit test a little bit, see if things are going to be able to stick in this tournament, might as well send it today. YOLO, you know, go for it.
That's good. I don't think I've heard you say YOLO before. Maybe once or twice. It kind of works. It rolls off the tongue quite nicely with you, Max. You feel hip. Feels like you're going to hit me with some TikTok verbiage.
It only works today because you don't have the recall on Rondo. Otherwise, you only live twice. So otherwise, you've got to change it.
Yo, too. No, it should be damn good, mate. I think this is a nice way to kick things off, right? For us especially, sort of non-biased for the most part, spectators on the outside, just to get a sort of lay of the land in terms of the power level of some of the teams, what they're going to be revealing as well going into sort of calibration day. Like you said, just to find their footing in the tournament overall. The good bit is here as well, Max. We get a more lengthy period, sort of a litmus test to learn how these teams are looking before we make it to that finals as well. It was basically a gauntlet we were running, right, with some of the squads that were able to qualify through back from the Club Open. Very condensed format, very intense few days. Here, at least, we get to soak it in a little bit, which should be nice for the both of us and the viewers at home.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be very exciting to see what some of these new names and teams are going to be able to bring to the table. I in particular want to say that we did have some big upsets happening in so many regions, right? You're looking at Mongolia. Mongols didn't qualify. You're looking at Eastern Europe, right, Jackie? We didn't see teams like Major Pride. Virtus Pro failed to make it, so every team here is fully deserving of playing in this PMGO EECA Grand Finals. But here we go, Jackie. It's game number 1 of PMGO EECA for this calibration stage, and it's Erangel on the menu.
All right, then. Strap in, everyone. Get yourselves sat down. It's still relatively early in the day for most of our countries that are going to be tuning in as well. So if you're starting it off with a nice little coffee and a moment of madness here with myself and Max, you're in the right place, and you'll be joining us for the next few hours as we guide you through the opening calibration day. So make sure you stick with us, get a bit excited, drop those horse emojis in the chat, and let's see how things are going to be going down. Immediately, I'm going to throw you under the bus, or I suppose maybe the plane path. Go on, mate. What are we? What's your not prediction, Max? But what are you most looking forward to? What's your Max Gold star of this game going to be? What do we want happening here, Max?
I think I'm not alone in saying this, okay? Or thinking this at least. I want to see Top play with the M1 Garand. I mean, we saw some incredible players from so many players in the Eastern European region, right, with the M1 Garand. It's a very do or die DMR, in the sense of it's got a very small clip size. You got to hit your shot every single time. And you give it to a player like Top from Aurora Gaming. Oh my goodness, I'm waiting to hear just like ding, 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 all those headshots happening back to back to back. This guy's going to be crazy with that weapon. Is it going to fully replace the Mini 14? I'm not too sure, but I think that we are slowly going into the meta where Top is going to dominate just even more, which is scary. But what about you, Jackie? What are you looking forward to?
You know, there's a bit of me that wants to cop out and immediately just say any horse-related gameplay, but I'm sure we'll see that either way. So I'll reserve that until a little bit later on into the broadcast, don't worry. Today especially, I want to see a lot of aggressive hop drops, or I want to get it out the way thick and fast early. If we're going to get some chaos to start us off, I want it to be here. Because like you say, we get that point reset, we assess the lay of the land of which teams are going to be in which groups, and then we can move forward with the competition. I don't want anyone throwing their chances away at not only the prize money here, but that qualification forward on throughout the PUBG circuit. So let's hope that if they've got some hot drops coming in, it'll be today and it will be explosive to see. Already things kicking off early on. A little bit of action on the stairway with Pump being pulled out. Prepod as well getting shot towards the knees, it seems, as there's a bit of infighting kicking off to start out the day. Ooh, turn around there on the bottom side of the stairs, but not enough to stay alive.
Oh, it's going to be down to Alicio. Again, the back-to-back WEU MVP back in the early days of PMPL. Here, though. Yeah, he goes for... Oh, my goodness! This is game 1, Alicio. You've got to calm down. Does that with the pump, with the double barrel. Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, okay. You know, we're in for a good time here with Jackie, okay? What? The disrespect on that shot. He was so confident. I can't believe it. What?
No, mate. This is kind of perfect, actually. Not, of course, if you're a fan of Dagestan. I was looking from the sidelines, just reading the elim feed. It felt like it all went a bit south early on. It seemed like there was some up-close SMG action where we lost a few players. That's trickled down to the entire squad being removed early. So only the one pointer being locked in there for Dagestan before fully eliminated. Opportunities maybe for Star Soldiers to actually build back into this if some more of these shenanigans occur. But you are vastly outnumbered at this point. Had the heroics, but can he withstand the test of time? That's the question.
I don't think so. Unfortunately, he didn't have a lot of time to go for the push, and now they got the full reset almost, except onto Tommy, but I think that's just a matter of time before they do get the res. I would say at this point, just send on to Alicio. He's got the SKS and double barrel ready to go at a moment's notice. Smoke's going to be coming out, trying to block out his vision. But the thing is, looking at Silence, also his teammate, he's given information despite being knocked in the apartment complex. So he's going to know they're going to be pushing their way forward into his own building. Avalanche, Butcher making it onto the right side portion of these buildings. They're two separate buildings, so you can't really cross from one to another. You have to go outside to make it happen. As Alicio trying to reposition a little bit deeper here on the southern edge of residential. But again, they hear the footsteps. They do not want to let that one elimination go for free. It's going to be encountering at the door, getting some decent damage onto Alicio. He's put down to a slither of HP. Literally, he has to go for the reload, but that's just not going to be enough ammo to make it work out. And that normally should be indeed the end of his team.
There you go, finished off in the end. I like the confidence on it at least. Tuck in behind the bookshelf, see if you can do any damage. Oh, hang on a minute, Max. What's happening here? It's a loot truck on Safari, some David Attenborough level gameplay. They've spotted him in his natural habitat. Here you can see the mighty truck as it falls prey to the many rounds that have been shot inside it. What's in there, Max? Give me the predict.
Ooh. Give me the MG3. Come on. Okay, he's getting some ammo. The airdrop weapons are quite rare. You can get them, but it's not assured every single time. But if you get an MG3, you just win the game pretty much at that point. So we'll see if they get it. I wonder if we actually got a team in Pachinki possibly getting that for themselves also. Could be good. Again, if you guys don't know, if you weren't watching Eastern Europe when me and Jackie were covering it, I'm a big fan of the loot truck. I think it is meta-defining in many ways. And right now, the teams that did go Yasnaya, Pachinki, and also normally Severny should have a really good early game stage if you can just get all that extra loot. And especially that tier 3 vest and helmet, which just makes you more tanky in general. So it's a really good addition if you do drop in one of those locations where you do have the path of a loot truck.
And hopefully we'll get to see some more big moments from the Looty Truckamus Prime throughout this one. There was a couple moments where it was sprinkled in back with the club open, but not enough. I think we were only getting, maybe 2 to 3 loot trucks mentioned per cast from Max. So we're going to bring that level up, see if we can really hammer it home today, get the most out of it. But we'll see, mate. God, you know what? For what it's worth, Max, I was kind of thinking, right, here we go. It's all going to be getting pretty intense, right? A lot of big drops to kick us off. Everyone's going to be scrapping early. Didn't actually really go that way, did it? It was kind of really just the just the 2 isolated fights, and now it's calmed down a bit, easing into the day, I suppose. Setting the tempo of things.
And I like this happening on day one because, again, I keep saying unofficial scrims. No, they are official scrims, right, with the calibration.
We're live.
Yeah, we are live. We are on stream right now. So this is good because it happens now. There's a very slim chance it's going to be then happening in the actual league stage itself. Unless some teams have some really big ego fights they want to keep committing to. We saw it happen in Miramar, right, during Eastern Europe, which still don't know why that was happening over there. But teams sometimes are just very desperate. But you're so close. You are so close to making it to a LAN event where, again, you could make a portion of $500,000 prize pool. Don't go for the ego fights. Day one, it's fine. If I see it after day one, I'm going to lose it. So please, it would be terrible. It would be such an L to take. Don't do it.
It's life-changing money as well, right? That's kind of the big sort of moment behind it as well, where it really is kind of leaving your fate in someone else's hands, especially in some of those bigger games that we've seen where it's towards the tail end of the competition. It may be a topic to get into in a few days' time, but it's always a scary prospect when we see teams really risking it, where it does feel, like you say, it's a bit of an ego challenge. You kind of just stick to your guns time and time again. Not always the right call to make. Do like the fact as well, though, bro, we had the rebrand from, of course, a low blow to now being GOAT, because they kind of were the GOATs, weren't they, last time around? They were living up to that hype.
Big surprise. I was really not expecting them to come out swinging the way they did in the finals. And you know what? Even able to eclipse teams like Major Pride, like Your versus Pros, that everyone was like, oh, they're going to qualify, right? Like, this should be relatively easy. But no, it was just not meant to be. So really big step up from the GOAT. But you know what? Talking about rebrands, we all know Alpha Gaming went over to Aurora Gaming, right? So good change. Really happy for them. GG's. They had this one opportunity to have their team tag be Aura. And it would have been Top Aura, Doc Aura, Reefus Aura, just the entire team Aura. And they went for Aurora team tag. I'm sorry. In my opinion, that's a fumble. Unlike this circle that is going western side of Stolber, and I like that. It's not very often you see it, but I do like it compared to the Aurora team tag that I'm going to complain about a little bit. It's such a big opportunity to... Oh, it would have been so cool. Oh, well. Sorry. I'm going on a tangent.
I mean, look, you know, I do kind of agree. I feel like maybe you are right. It was right there. You did have the space, you know? You had the space for it. Maybe it just couldn't be done. We couldn't get the extra letter in time. Too short on the keyboard.
I mean, it's the remove letters.
Yeah, well, yeah, all right, yeah. Vice versa. Maybe they went in too quick, Max. Much like maybe what we're seeing here. Loud action occurring as we do have a bit of a drive-by instantly. Looks like it is the AMIX squad as they pull up to the party. Ooh, default straight in, wasting no time. And effectively, everyone from Meta has already been turned into a bit of a human sludge. They've been dealt with. Kind of the blender has arrived here. We do get to see the Aurora crew pulling up as well, though.
Oh, it's going to be vicious here. They're looking for a piece of the pie, looking for AMIX. Everyone turned to Swiss cheese, and they're going to try and do the same thing to Default and Havlik. Havlik, Default, two of the heavy contenders in the Eastern European region, but now you're looking at Vicious. Really nice push-up. A little bit split, though. Kawhi, you've got to be careful to not get pumped here by Havlik. Takes a bit of damage, but now going for the pre-fire around the corner. That's going to be it. Havlik knocked on down to now Default. A 1v4 scenario coming his way. And you're looking even up north, there is going to be another team, right? TT, look in their direction. Are they going to be willing to go for a third party? Again, teams might get a bit desperate in the calibration stage, but that is going to be the end of the line. AMIX, previously known as Moneymakers, are in 13th place on match number 1.
Damn. There you go. They came in with such sort of confidence behind them. The stature was there on that initial clash. Made quick work of Meta, but a response right back. And they go down with the 4 accrued points here early on. Bit of a read the back line, though, for the champions, lads, as they'll spot out the rotation round from Aurora on the move as the squad tries to clear further ahead. They can set themselves up, get into a better position in terms of the zone on their rotation over. Leave them in the dust for now.
The thing is, you don't have too many comp circle, too, so teams are going to try and go for some wide rotations. Oh, okay, what's happening over here? Down on the hill. But we shouldn't lose any extra teams. We already lost 4, which mainly off the back of those 2 early hot drops and now 2 big fights that happened back-to-back where you had a third party happening from Vicious. Otherwise, really good timing. Would we see this, though? Actually, this is kind of an interesting thing to think about, Jackie. Would the Vicious do that if we won an actual game of the league stage, right? Of the main tournament where points count? Or would they be like, it's not worth it, we'll dodge it? This is the kind of mentality that I am really excited to see what bleeds into the games that actually matter this tournament.
Yeah, it's true. You know, obviously there's only so much right now we can do in terms of speculations of if these tendencies are going to carry over. But I think you do also have that opportunity of, like you say, it's not only subverting sort of how they're going to be playing with us or for the people watching at home, but also for the other teams, conditioning them even. If you play a very aggressive game throughout the entire sort of flow of the matches you're going to be playing today, leading people to believe you're going to be scrapping for control of compounds, you're going to be crashing very willingly. If you then start to slow that down, maybe there's more respect that's put on your name going into day 1 tomorrow as well, where you kind of confuse people a little bit. So a lot of intricacies to how you want to approach this one. Be curious to see how that ebbs throughout the rest of the day in reality then, if there is much of a tempo change the whole way through. That's what I'd do, mate. I'd keep them guessing the whole day, Max. Play a very aggressive game, very slow game, very aggressive game, very slow game.
Just going to see some limit testing. Teams are like, what suits our playstyle in this lobby? Because in particular, a lot of teams and players here, this is their first time playing at a tournament of this level, right? This is previously known as CSA in last year, pretty much. This is what the Eastern European Central Asia region really is at this point. As we're going to have Mad Esports trying to send it deeper in the circle, these western ridges of Stolber. If we find some rocks for some of the players, right? They're down to a duo, keep in mind. So here, Bio already 2 eliminations to his name, able to find a slim hiding spot. And the thing is, his car is completely demolished, meaning if the circle shifts away, he's not going to be in a good position whatsoever. So hopefully they're going to have a bit of circle luck, because outside of that, they are fully surrounded, as you can see on the minimap. This is not going to be a good game for the Mad Esports.
No, you would be mad if you were in this position. Let's see what I did there.
That was too easy.
Tight.
Come on.
Yeah.
You weren't even tested. It was right there. You just picked it up.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It is what it is. They were just in a bad position for the pun. It just keeps happening. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'll ease in. But yeah, man, it's kind of a horrific spot to be left to contend with. That's not what you want in terms of a jackpot, though, for the old 777 on the push back over. It's a nice instant connection, thinning the herd down to only 2 of the 4 players as well. And they've got a scatter on this. They're going to give up any space they had. Can't effectively play together either as well. So not much room to trade off one another right now, unless they can get a wide berth on this rotate, make it over the ridgeline, find some actual cover to get their heads behind. What do we got here for Avalanche team as well? We saw they were straight in, pipped to the fight early on the hot drop. Are they looking for a little bit more in terms of elims at the minute? Bit of an advanced scout, so somewhat fragmented on the old setup. They've got a line of smoke to work with, but the zone ushering them in, so could be guarded towards the edge.
For those who know Groza, that was not scouting. This guy is just crazy. He's the Doc, but from Uzbekistan. That's the best way I can describe it. He loves to play solo, and sometimes it'll work out because he's a really strong player, but I would definitely prefer that we do not see docketing happening for other players outside of Doc, because he's the only one who can pull it off. But looking at this circle, it shifts heavily over to the side of TT, and one thing we're going to pay attention to here, Jackie, it could be a game where the cable car could be used. It's going to lead right into the circle. Is it going to be a good strat? No, because it's very nadeable. But again, it's calibration. If you want to go out, with the memes a little bit, that would be a great opportunity to see as a top popping off with the Mini 14. But it's not an M1 Garand, unfortunately.
No, not yet, but he's ramping. He's ramping, right? You start with a Mini 14, he'll finish with the M1 Grand, if he's still alive. Yes. Should be fine to be saved, though. He's going to get his head down off the back of being responded back upon. Your eyes are going to light up when you see that Doc's available to get a connection back onto, so try and take him out of contest early. Obviously, for Avalanche, it's already started to go somewhat south. They've got to immediately try and play medic on this one, pick the boys back up. They do have smokes to play with, at least in the kit, so dump those out, empty out the tool belt, and try and go for both of these isolated pickup plays and reset from it. Zone nipping at their heels, though, so it won't work too well. Didn't quite have the timing for it, especially with the squad starting to converge further round to them as well. So this could go south somewhat quickly.
I'm sure now the TT Project are going for a wide 2-2 split despite having circles, so it seems like they want to be very oppressive, very present on the edge of the circle to kind of hold off teams from making it in the play zone. So this could be a high elimination game from TT Project if they do not fumble this 2-2 spread. Good nade onto Doran, he's going to be knocked on down. Good backup from Koa, though, as he's going to attempt and rescue his teammate. But they are very split away from each other. Though you can see on the minimap, IC is far to the west of this location, meaning if Aurora decide to commit to this fight and push over, they will have enough angle that will slow down the engage. But as I say that, IC is spotted from a long distance away by Molodoy. So even then, he's going to be somewhat jeopardized in his position, looking to make his rotation in zone with his buggy. And makes it behind the terrain. Molodoy will not be able to find the knock, but he's still not in circle, so Molodoy has got to start thinking of what his next step has to be this game, because he is not going to be in a good long-term option position. As 27 plus also over to the east, looking at Aurora, they're just waiting for one big mistake to happen to be able to commit to the fight fully.
And again, it seems Aurora finding opportunities to keep the pressure on from all angles, making it more uncomfortable. As expected, an unfortunate position to be left in for Mad Esports does result in their early demise, as they will fall down. Top's back on his luck, up standing strong with the Mini 14 once again, firing out warning shots and actually hammering home with them. Oh, here's the push into the back, and it certainly is vicious so far from Doran, spamming into the smokes, but losing his sight lines as confusion kicks in. They will be overwhelmed. They took 2 key knocks off the nades from the backside of Aurora and have now been picked off entirely. So down and out this time around in our opening game.
Good zoning. making sure they don't get surrounded. Champion's going to rethink this option. Maybe it's not quite worth it. Actually, no, they're kind of just rotating in circles to the east, thinking, is this really going to be worthwhile, or should we prioritize phase number 5? That's going to pop in literally 3 seconds worth of time. So you might just have a better option coming ahead, as GOAT team getting completely demolished here by the entirety of KZ. Really good eliminations coming out, and yet that is indeed going to be a full elimination on all of the members of GOAT, sent to an early grave this game. Only 1 point for their trouble. As AVALANCHE, Butcher cooking his own nade. I think this is going to be a really hard rest to get onto Tommy. I would say even get into your buggy and try and leave, because here, this is pretty much a mini red zone confirmed onto Tommy. And here's just a matter of seconds before AVALANCHE, unfortunately, are going to be tumbling down this hilltop and get eliminated. That nade from a slam could be a grand slam here. As Aurora, you can see it here, Jackie, looking at the mini-map. They want these eliminations. They don't want to let them escape through their fingers.
Yeah, eyes lighting up for opportunities on this one. Nade back in, and Butcher buckles under the pressure as well. So you were just trapped. Like you said, mate, feels like a game of tennis right now. One after another, those nades being backhanded down the hill towards you. They at least respond with a single nade up top side. Molodoy trying to make a move on it. Oh, well, he was trying to make a move on it. Detonated now, of course, so they will go down. AVALANCHE out of the runnings there as they are removed from the equation.
Ooh, 777 got himself a really good position. If you guys know this terrain, that road is really strong if you're able to keep teams at bay. When they get close, very dangerous. So you've got to make sure you demand respect in this lobby. Aurora trying to make a mad dash in the zone, but it's just not meant to be. I mean, yeah, you're asking to get shot in the back at this point, and that's going to be 2 easy eliminations confirmed by TGM.
Yeah, clean pickings on it. Interesting one as well to note before the action kicks back off, Max, for GOAT team. It's the fact that the entire squad stayed so grouped on this one and were playing very passive. It's unlike some of the characteristics we had seen from them back in the Club Open. So we'll keep an eye on that in the back of our minds. We'll touch more on it as it continues. For now, we'll hone in on what we're seeing here, which is 27+ Esports continuing to find opportunities to run headstrong into fights at the minute. Another clean-up crew maneuver onto TGM, as they will find success on that one and get themselves into a pretty good position. They can reset from that fight as well. They get the res back up. 6 Elim points to their name. Room for them to breathe on this one. Could be the squad to keep our eyes on late game, depending on how this zone starts to go, if they can get themselves into a better spot map control-wise.
I mean, we haven't seen much from TT Project, so they could fumble very easily up against 27+ whenever that fight will occur. Go over to the east, you can see on the minimap, Champions pushing in slowly but surely. They got 7 eliminations, so very big game for a team that has been positioned around the high portion of Stolber for a big portion of this game. So they've been very strong indeed. Again, 2nd place team in Mongolia, PMNC, overtaking big squads such as Mongols, for example. So definitely not a team to be overlooked whatsoever. A lot of big names on this team too, especially like Fearless. And Demo also. He's a PMGC champion back in the day. Can he reclaim that past glory in 2026? We'll have to wait and see. It's 27+ now going to make their way into the southern edge of the zone. They still have some cars in working condition, but I don't think that's going to be the case for very long, as again, so many shots are being taken in their direction, and the nades are now inbound by 777. I saw 6 had 7 nades in particular, right on the money when it comes to the team name, but that is going to be an easy knock onto Tapok, instantly flushed out by 3TN. Oh my goodness. Now that is what you call timing and synergy.
Yeah, you can crash down up onto this as well. You know they had to duck their heads towards the smoke line there, seeing if they can push straight onto it. And from what was a great overall game up to this point, it's very abruptly ended for 27+. They're not even making it through to that final 4 now. We can see the spread of what we've got left here. 777 taking a lot of damage back as well, so effectively just a solo in position to try and fight through on this one. TT pushing up to reveal their hand. They've been biding their time, but they bite deep. That's 2 clean connections from Zerich, making good moves as well, taking nice space on this, Max.
Oh, Zerich back in the day when he was on Mad Balls, he was an absolute beast, one of the best players in the world, I would even go to say. And you know what, it's time to reclaim that past title. As able to get that knock over the ridgeline too. I didn't expect him to get the headshot, but he did. He was so accurate with that M4 spray. Now the rest of his teammates looking to wrap up, get some nice information with the car. Effect going to be crashing in the smoke, but you know what? It works out for Neos. He finds an opening with the AUG. He does get knocked, so that off angle is going to be lost now, but looking over to the eastern side, KZ again, they're being silent. They're just waiting to get a free silver medal this game, bare minimum. And if the timing's right, who knows, maybe could claim this chicken dinner too, as Effect will be the next to fall down to FEs and now also Zerich. Can they get the reset as the circle is going to push in? They got 2 minutes to work with. TT Project need to be quick about it.
Yeah, got to fix things quick, Smart. It looked good in terms of the tracking, the tracing. Zerich was hitting some blinders from distance. You could see instantly, as soon as he saw someone on his periphery, being able to beam some damage down range and get the chip out from it. Ooh, bit of a crash up potentially. Really just going in. Oh, dives out on the backside. It's good connection with the Org instantly. But the trade is there. You've got a small amount of cover to play with, but these nades are just going to be rolling onto you. So trying to go for the pickup play, it's less than optimal. Backline's going to be compromised shortly as well. This is hellish now for TT.
Yeah, TT unfortunately going to be caught completely off guard with all of that utility. And I would say the solo car push by Atomic was a bit of a surprise, a bit of a shocker.
Yeah.
On the opposite side, KZ, they're just wide wrapping, trying to suffocate this fight before it even comes their way later on in this game. And they still have full squad ready to go. Kino, he finds Fearless. The knock does not come out just yet, but he's got the PP Bison. And that's going to be knock coming out eventually, but no, still not able to find it. Jakura really struggling to get these knocks onto the players of Champions. Taking the push over the road. He's going to allow his enemy to go for the first aid. He's going to be fully healed up. It's now Zerich looking to reclaim this fight in his favor. As we say that, Champions losing an extra player. Zerich sole survivor, and that is going to be it for TT Project. And now KZ Esports looking to take home this chicken dinner against Fearless.
Should be able to close it out from this point, but should's the operative word. There you go. It's the Bison that gets it over the finish line on the spam back towards Fearless. Zerich went for the hero play. It had me intrigued, but it didn't deliver in the moment. We get our first chicken dinner then to kick things off here for Calibration. That beautiful golden chicken dinner on the platter. Look at that, Max. Couldn't have asked for anything better. So that's KZ. More of a slower reserve flow, but heads-up calls when they did get involved with the action. Close their timing quite nicely, of course. Just stay basically on the periphery, went for that backstab in towards TC, pick up the pieces towards the end, and do walk away with a nice set of points off our opening game.
This is what I meant earlier when I said no team should be underestimated in this tournament. Sure, this is a Georgian team, right? And you don't really have a lot of top-tier Georgian teams on the global scale of PUBG Mobile Esports, but here they came out swinging in a very passive way, right? They were hugging the eastern side with Champions, not getting involved in a lot of those early to mid-game conversations, just waiting for everyone to eliminate each other. And when the time was right, sorry, they just able to strike while the iron is hot and get that chicken dinner. So yeah, it was a respectful game. I think they know they're not one of the favorites going in this tournament, so they're just like, these teams are strong. One slight mistake and we could miss out on this chicken dinner, so we're going to take it slow. And that was a very clean and very straightforward by-the-book chicken dinner from KZ Esports. Well done.
Yeah, and again, it's also, I suppose, not being sucked in when there is sort of chaos all around you, right? We saw some of the very quick engagements that were coming out in a short space of time, sort of a minute and a half there. We had crashes in, we had nades over the top, we had Zerich ramping it up, feeling like he had to do something massively as well with the individual peaks. It all got a bit hellish, but they still stuck to their guns. They played that reserve style, and that's what wins it for them. So fair play, that's one way to cook initially, and they do get a nicely cooked chicken dinner off the back of that. I imagine probably acceptably cooked. I was going to say medium rare, but I think with chicken in general, you don't really want a medium rare chicken. That would probably be quite lethal.
Salmonella Esports joining the roster. You don't want that, PM Jonah. But no, it was good. I think that unfortunately the circle was very rough for some teams to deal with because, as we saw, it was going very northern side of Erangel, and then a lot of teams trying to hug the southern ridges. And then when you're pushed over the ridge, you have TT Project, you have some players of 777, you have Champions over to the east, you also have, KZ Esports. They're just going to be gatekeeping you. So all of those teams down south, like, for example, Aurora, I would say that was an impossible rotation to execute because you had so much attention thrown your way. So they made the best out of it, really, as they could, but in that situation, it is a very hard circle being thrown your way. Let's check out the overall player stats from this first game for KZ Esports, and 5 elims for Jakura, popping off on game number 1 here, Jackie. He's on an absolute tear, but can he do it again?
Yeah, not too bad whatsoever. And again, kind of in terms of the damage we're seeing here as well, you can see they were finding opportunities, especially to sort of third-party your backstab whenever attention was turned away, which in itself, I think, is going to be a big asset to have up your sleeve in a lobby like this, right? If you're going to be able to circumvent expectations, effectively keep yourself positionally in a good spot, and then strike when everyone sort of tunnel visions in, when they are thrown into these win or lose fights, that's going to be a great opportunity to find yourself placements, especially on a day like today where you want to be in a good group where you are a favoured seed. Let's have a look at our MVP for our opening game, though, and see who's been selected for this one, of course.
Waiting for the
drum roll.
Whoa.
Boom, boom. I don't know what sort of drum is that. Boop, 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 boop.
I don't know. I could beatbox it, but I don't know if that my mic is set up to be able to beatbox it.
That'd
right
be
now.
good, you know.
The true
I'd
MVP is the
respect it.
PMGO ECA finals. Look at that in the background. But no, it's going to be Jakura.
There he is.
Are we surprised? Not ready with that kind of performance, though. 0 assists, taking no prisoners here. Whoever he knocks, he confirmed he was making sure he was going to be able to get all of those points for himself. And only 15 healing done, which again highlights the point made earlier, right, Jackie, of they didn't get involved in unnecessary fights, just waiting for the golden opportunity to strike and take home that chicken dinner with, sure, maybe low eliminations that a team in that position could get if they were going a bit more aggressive, such as, for example, what TT Project were trying to achieve. But it's still a chicken dinner on game one, so I'm not going to be too critical. It was still a solid performance here to kick off the calibration stage.
Yeah, exactly. A W is a W, no matter where you are in the alphabet or which way you look at it. So I'm happy with the results we got off the back of that one. Let's have a look at the overall match rankings, though, and see where the outliers are. Kind of makes sense, of course. You can see some of the top dog squads that we've got here. C1 for Champions, they were playing some great PUBG Mobile early. Again, this is another squad that saw multiple opportunities to capitalize on potentially some very aggressive dives, but it worked to get them some early elims and good placements towards the tail end there. TT playing a blind with the aggression again as well. Did like to see what we saw from 27 though, mate. I think in terms of the earlier fights, again, if they weren't caught in sort of that awkward rotate, they actually had some good stock in that opening game for me, Max.
Yeah, you said it right. If they could pull off the rotate, they could maybe survive it pretty fine that game, but that southern meat grinder position was just so hard to exit that I really can't fault criticize any of those teams on the southern edge, because it was just such a hard execution around that rotation. Looking at the second half of the leaderboards, though, teams that are going to be having at least a few eliminations for their troubles is going to be AMIX getting 4, Vicious getting 3, Meta getting also 1, and a few also 0 points. Though Go, I think we could have seen no better performance if they didn't get involved in that big early skirmish where Vicious were just like, no, shut up, go home. We're third-partying that, which, again, would that happen in the main tournament? I'm not sure, but at this point in calibration, there's lower risk, so why the hell not? And Vicious just fully sent it.
Hey, you know, I am curious as well, right? That's what I was saying. We'll come back to the topic, because already I was thinking it's quite a reserve game from them the whole way through. Previously, we were seeing a lot of sort of 1-3 splits where I think they had a lot of respect, where it's kind of like Mox in the backline or something like that, where they would split up and kind of not put all their eggs in one basket. And it worked from them. There's a lot of times we were questioning, like, oh, this pretty aggressive splits they were going for. But it did bode well previously, and they kind of knew when to get involved with fights. Here again, it's one game, so we'll take it with a grain of salt. More curious to see how they're going to be performing on the day as a whole. I'd like to see good stuff from a Max. I think they're a talented team, but will they maybe be in deeper water now? That's kind of my question with it, right? Is it the pressure already getting to you a little bit where you're thinking, all right, the stakes are at an all-time high? It's like a barbecue.
Yep. It's a really good way to describe it. PMGO ECA is like a barbecue, but I'm really excited in particular for this stage, for the calibration stage, because you're going to have some teams that are, I think, going to have a bit of a slap back to reality, right? They're going to be like, oh, this is a significant level up compared to what we had in our regional PMNCs and even earlier, right, in the in-game qualifiers. So some teams are like, okay, we got to be a bit more respectful of this lobby, because they mean business when you're dealing with teams like Vicious, Dagestan, Aurora, right? You're going to definitely put some respect on their name. So I feel like it's good because you have a lot of new names and teams that never played at this level before. So again, this is a learning experience, and hopefully they'll be able to get just in time in the finals to bring up their S+ tier gameplay to, who knows, maybe make it to the PMGO main event.
Yeah, again, man, you know what, as well, I wouldn't be surprised that this might be like 4D ultimate chess. But imagine if it's one of those where they're actually like, you know what, let's just sort of play a bit more of a reserve game on this, use this as a benchmark to learn what we can, and then immediately come out swinging on day one once they know what group they're actually in. That's the sort of thing I think they do, you know. They're the kind of team that seems cheeky like that. Because individually, they were very confident. They kind of did rep themselves in a lot of, at times, what felt like unwinnable circles. They were just like, you know what, yeah, we can do it. We'll just give it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they're going to be doing bringing it into the league stage. But they were a team that were looking very scary in their respective PMNC. And at this point, right, I think that they've gone into Rondo on game one for the league stage. Is going to be very exciting to see if they go for a hot drop for a very particular team, because Rondo, again, it's all about hot drops and those 3-1 splits, right, with the really cool towers. So, you know, because we do have Erangel today, I'm very happy. I love Erangel. Everyone loves Erangel, but Rondo has been just absolute cinema, as the kids would say, right, in EECN, every single PMNC. So I think that when we get into the Rondo games for EECA, Jackie, that's where things are going to get down to absolute business.
Mate, anytime you say absolute cinema, it just reminds me of when I had to pick popcorn out my beard for about 4 hours when we did that 1VT segment. Oh, absolute cinema, yeah.
You got it everywhere, man. We had it under the couch for days after that. It was crazy. Yeah.
It wasn't even me. I was casualty. I was knocked by it. It was like blank and kale. Popcorn everywhere, mate. You were a fiend. Seven was a fiend. He threw popcorn 7 miles deep. I've never seen it go so far. But maybe we'll get some more of that sort of action. If you do have popcorn at home, maybe put a seatbelt on it, something like that as the competition goes on. Maybe more towards the finals it'll be thrown up in the air, I would imagine, Max.
Yeah, in celebration if they make it to the PMGO main event. But this was a great first game, right? Definitely get your popcorn if you haven't already. Get your beverage of choice because this is going to be some great PUBG Mobile Esports action coming your way. And the fact that we see a new team win the first game has me very excited, right? We've seen the rise of the new generation. That was kind of our main storyline back in the Eastern European region for PMNC. It's kind of happening on game one, right? We saw some newer names do well. Of course, also TT Project got a very solid finish, but they're a very experienced team. They got Zerinch, they got all of those really strong players that have played globally in the past. So we should be expecting really good things from these guys. But yeah, it could be literally a situation like what we had in Eastern Europe, Jackie, where some favorites just don't make it. I don't want to say Aurora Gaming is not going to make it, but if it did happen that way, I'd be like, well, the lobby is so stacked that it could happen. In the worst case scenario, Aurora could fail to qualify, which is such a weird thing to say, but every team now has a chance to make it to that LAN event.
So I could be really evil here, or I could twist the knife and be like, Max, that's all it took. One calibration game. And already you're saying Aurora won't make it. I can't believe that's a direct quote that Max Man's just said. We'll let you off. We'll let you off. It's not what he said. Don't get it twisted, guys. But do stick with us as we've got more exciting action coming up soon. Join us after the break when we get back into some more explosive PUBG Mobile action.
Start the war!
Hey, welcome back everyone. We're going to be going up like a firework here, and we'll see if the games are going to be hot or cold, much like, of course, the hit lyrical stylings of an artist. I'm sure you're aware who I'm talking about. Max Man, it was your album, wasn't it? You know,
it was
when
mine.
You were dropping those bangers. Yeah. Triple gold, I believe. Maybe even platinum.
Yeah, I mean, collab with Katy Perry too about fireworks. You know, we're having good times over there.
Yeah.
No, also we
It
had
was all you, though. It was all
Yeah, it was
you.
all me,
You were
yeah.
the real star of the show.
Yeah, we did a collab on a song called Black Horse, but we didn't have Konina Power Make it, unfortunately, so we couldn't really do the
Hey.
collab here for PMGO EECA. Would have been a banger, Jackie, I'm sure. But you know what? That was still a banger coming out from KZ Esports in that previous game. But now, guess what? We're going back to Erangel again, and then again, and again, and again. So I think the drop location should be fixed after the next few matches here. But no, it was great to see again a new team
man.
get the chicken dinner. Can they do it again moving forward in these matches? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if today we did keep ourselves and possibly the teams guessing a little bit with who's going to be taking the distributions of these wins. Feels like it'll be a bit more of a tumultuous day, right? We're not expecting sort of one big sort of point vacuum, a point hoover, if you will, I suppose, if you're from England, kind of just sucking up all the points and making it far more awkward. I think we will get more of a split on our chicken dinners. Seems to happen day one, especially format like this as well, where, like you say, it's just basically, playing for that seeding. It's going to be a bit more aggro where some teams might want to dial it up at times. Curious, we're just kind of strapped along for the ride. We'll see how it goes. But that was game one under the belt. We had some speculation, some discussion there about teams we expect to see more of, teams we wondered if we'd see less of. Time will tell. We'll get proof in the pudding when we get back into the game shortly, so don't go anywhere, guys. In terms of food for thought for the viewers at home, then Max, I know we sort of touched on it back at the start of the show, but for some of our groups, maybe some of the rosters we haven't mentioned too much of, anyone you're very excited to see throughout the rest of the day here, key players, key individual rosters, anything that's on the tip of your tongue you want to sort of bring our attention to, Max?
Oh, I'm looking at Uzbekistan teams, right? We already talked about Avalanche a little bit. I want to bring it to ARCRED. This is a team that has got some very experienced players from that region on the squad. In Hardboy in particular, Ramses has also pulled off many clutches, just like his previous teammate of Ruzenboss. But they have Flieke on the team, right? There's been a multi-global star in the past. He's played so many global events, right? So I think that experience with the raw fragging power of some of their teammates is going to be looking really strong for the roster of ARCRED. So that's the team that I'm looking closely at here to maybe be a team to make it to the PMGO main event. Of course, I know, as you said, Jackie, earlier, it's just day one, match one of Calibration.
Yeah,
so there's not a lot's happening, but there's a lot of expectations in my mind for what this roster could achieve. But what about you, Jackie? We didn't talk about it too much. Which team are you looking at as a favorite? There's not Aurora Gaming. Again, we all know they're looking like the favorites, okay? So outside of Aurora Gaming, any team that stands out to you a little bit?
Yeah, well, as we've learned, Max, you've already said, you already feel like Aurora aren't going to make it. You said they're not going to be playing well. No, I did not say that. Why? I said it could happen in the worst case scenario.
He
said it again, guys. I said it again. Get on him on Instagram. That's at Maxman.
Look, he's getting knifed by Reaper. This is your fault, Jackie. You're talking about this.
Look what you've done. Look what you've done,
it's Reefus
Max.
again. What's Reefus done to these teams versus AMIX in C block of military base? Okay, so that's a tree already. There's not enough loot for the entire squad. There's going to be a crossbow from Havlik into the head of Zyol, apparently. What is going on in this whole
what is happening? The storylines write themselves, and with Maxman's words hitting pen to paper, it's all going wrong for Aurora. He said it himself, and now we're witnessing it. That's why he's the best analyst there is. He's always spot on. Let's see if AMIX can keep this terror up, though. As right now, like you say, causing carnage with the Shanks in C block. They're looking to say bye-bye and see ya to Aurora if they can't find a way back in. Top and Doc, all that remains. But right now, you're just playing on the periphery. Bit of a split as well. Nothing really to utilize. Limited ammunition, even in the firearms. They have been able to scavenge for themselves. And all it might take is another crossbow bolt straight to the back of the cranium. And this could be a hell of a rough start on day one.
He gave up the crossbow, it seems. He dropped it for, I think it was a Scar and an S12K. Nade has been looted up by Spike, while Default is going for a wide off angle. Top trying to reposition with the ASM Abercam. Good damage, but unfortunately, as you can see here, Top has no helmet, no vest, and no meds, most importantly. So he's going to be locked in very slow HP realm. Making over to the statue, but again, look at Default. He's going so far and wide to the east, while Doc is just waiting in the wings. But this is looking like an L being taken by Aurora Gaming. Again, doesn't matter because of the point reset, but I think AMIX are just trying to make a statement that we can beat one of the favorites in this lobby. They don't have to, but they're doing it for the memes. And I actually really respect it for AMIX, because why the hell not? Again, there's nothing of value on the table here as Top does get knocked. He even tried to chuck some nades over to his teammate, but it was not enough. And now Doc going to be surrounded left in a 1v4. But there's one key factor we have to keep in mind here, Doc, is the guy alive. Meaning, He could take the 1v4. Who knows?
Yeah, all right, let's go in. Let's do that storyline. Let's see. Right, Doc then. The man against the world. Will he be the doctor that we deserve? Steady hands with the scalpel, dives round the corner, he's good for one. Sizes up the second, he's spotted out on Havlik, he knows his angle. Back nade on the corner's good, look at the dive in. Doc goes in for two. You said he's going to win the 1v4, and he starts it out with success. 2 left to find. Even gets the read. Back onto Spike's angle as well with the pre-fire. Takes the peek. It's risky from range. Doesn't have the best tool for the trade with it. Let's see if he can cook on this one. Default from distance. Oh, it's close, but not enough, as Default will fold through and shut down Aurora in the end.
It took an entire squad to take down the menace of Doc. That's what it took. And you know what? It was not docketing. It's just his teammates got eliminated first, right? So it was not him trying to go split and do something solo, but this time he was forced in that situation. Almost worked out, actually. Really good shots with the shotgun. But AMIX, the thing is, I do wonder, are AMIX doing this early on just to kind of make a statement again that, oh, like, we're screaming, we're playing TDMs in military base against this squad of Aurora? Or is this a setup? Genuinely, Jackie, is this a setup for the league stage where they're actually going to attempt and wrestle away that position? I think that's risky. I think that's a bad idea. But at this point, who knows? They could be trying to take down one of the titans of this lobby in EECA early on.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, even if it is something where, let's say this becomes a consistent trend throughout all of Calibration, right? If they even do it once, as soon as we get to day one, rolling into tomorrow, suddenly your back's up, where you're getting this sort of trauma of these memories, thinking, oh, are they actually this confident they're going to fight us and tussle for this time and time again? It could be enough. It could be enough of mind game to give you that sort of edge up. Obviously, if they keep winning it, especially, right, that seed of doubt, it's in your mind where you're just getting a bit more frustrated, thinking at some point, what do we do? Do we just give this up, or do we keep scrapping for this? Is this worth it when suddenly money's on the line, placement points are really on the line? It's a good point you raise, Max. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, just to scare them type. But what if AMIX come around this time? It's like, whoa, so you just gotta be a little bit cautious. There's always the same situation when they're playing in a tournament and 4 thrives on the tournament. It's like, oh, we got to cross the Western Bridge. Our 4 thrives there. God damn it, we hate that. It just really stucks your rotation in just a prolonged fight to make that rotation over the bridge. So yeah, we might have something similar where they're just trying to, again, scare them off during the main games of the tournament. Looking at Museum, is going to be taken over by a 2-man split of Vicious. Pretty decent position. Also, we didn't talk too much about the circle, right? Because, well, we had that early fight happening in military base. But here we're going to be in Heaven, and it's going to be a 2-man push from ARCRED. Glory on the front line with the DBS, trying to make his way over to the rooftop of this building of Heaven. Their teammates will be joining up slowly but surely. And here you go. The car is going to be going right over the roof. But they do find that elimination as he lands perfectly, but unfortunately the shots are connecting for Glory, and that's going to be 2 eliminations possibly headed the way of ARCRED.
Oh, mate, it's so aggro. The way they try to clear it towards the stairwell as well, with Star on the pre-fire, so then Glory peeks back up off his contact. They make clean work of the first man. Like you say, the heroics in the vehicle, ramping over the top side, lands down, cratered to bits instantly. They can play medical on this, go for a bit of a reset as well, pick things back up, and shut down the players that they had knocked. So they're going to be content with that. I mean, already you fragmented through. That's half the squad dealt with. You get 2 elims, and they bailed.
Yeah, pretty much, right? You got that point. You made a statement that you take all of Heaven for yourself. Not worth it. If you're on the side of TGM, you want to just leave this area. Not worth it whatsoever. The circle then, again, was something I wanted to talk about before. Well, we're going to have another fight. Can I talk about the circle? Apparently not, because Avalanche are going to be losing an extra member, but it's a very western shift, right? There's a lot of wartime coastal areas still in play. So a lot of teams are going to try and just hug that coast, which is going to be the case for likes of GOAT team. Avalanche having a very similar position over to Milton Tower. As one of the players of GOAT just wanting to send on to Groza here, and he does make it successfully in the compound, but Groza will tank the bullets, 7 nades in hand. That could be just enough to get rid of Ayato.
He likes these sort of plays as well. This is what we were seeing previously. Oh, he actually got the molly in. Didn't even look like he had bounced it over, but
yeah,
okay,
so quick.
It's to his heels.
Well, it's a wooden floor, so he's going to spread. And in that case, I mean, actually, you know what? Genuinely, for those who didn't watch Eastern Europe, Ayato with his utility, we remember, Jack, he was so impactful. Every nade, every Molotov, he was able to find a knock or at least some damage every single time. So what a consistent player when it comes to that utility game. As 777 joining the party, it seems. Looking to get the reset. Westron going to go for 6. Previous play of Na'Vi. Nice res indeed. But so many early game fights again, which will that happen in the main tournament? We don't know, but it's good it's happening here in the calibration stage.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see. This is what we, we paid for the front row seats for. And it was a little bit more consistent of what we had prior from GOAT Team last time around back in the Club Open with how they played this one. They had that instant engage with a 2-2 split over onto Avalanche. Of course, 777 though spotted them from the ridge side very early. Hayato went for his forward scout play. He likes doing this. He'll try and basically rep himself as a bit of a solo dolo. It's him and Moxie that you can trust in those kind of situations. Force and focus being the more consistent elements. Ooh, wow. Felt like he had loaded explosive shells into that shotty, but it was just the nade on his nose. So goodbye, GOAT. That's the way their story ends here into game 2.
Oh, that sucks for Yato. He jumps through the window right as the nade's coming in, so he blocked the nade from going outside the building, and it bounces right back in. If he did it maybe a second later or even earlier, I think he actually could have survived it because the nade would have been outside of that building. But it was just not meant to be. Still really good attempt from Ayato with that Molotov onto Groza. That's a nice point to confirm early on in this match. As over to the west. By the way, that is not Nigma Galaxy. That is Meta. They got the Nigma Galaxy logo. I'm not sure why. But we're not in MENA right now. That's later on. As when it comes to positions taken over, yeah, we do still see Vicious committing to that 2-2 split onto Museum. And it's a strong spot as long as you give it up if a team crashes your location. You don't have really good vision on those two locations, at least to really fight if the players are in the building. So as long as you're respectful, if anyone comes your way even just slightly, get in your cars, reposition, or at least regroup to defend that position as a full squad, because this is not easy when teams are really hungry to wrestle these positions away from you.
Yeah, hungry like the hungry hippos. The most lethal.
I never played
animals. That. No?
No.
It was, mate, classic
in France,
game.
In France, it was caterpillars. We didn't, the hungry caterpillar. We didn't have the
Oh,
hippos.
well, they like rebranded it. Same game though. I am at 4 caterpillars. You hit the little button. The caterpillars eat the balls.
Yep, exactly. I don't know, copyright issues, I guess. They couldn't have the right.
Maybe. There's a lot of that. It always blew my mind when you had the difference of, like, here's one for the NA crowd, for the Americans out there. They have chutes and ladders. Obviously, in England, we always grew up with snakes and ladders. But then I'd talk to Americans about it, and they'd be like, what do you mean? You slide down the snakes? And I was like, yeah, because, technically they're not slippery. They're more scaly. But you do slide down them. Always throws them off, the Americans, Max.
You got to adapt to your crowd, you know?
Yeah. England, full of snakes. It's a very snake-esque country, I guess, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever saw a snake my entire time living in England. Not even one.
I don't like
You've
them.
seen English snakes?
Not English, the French snakes.
The French snakes.
The French. Oh, they're scary.
Mon ami.
You don't want them to come your way.
Oh,
mon ami, please.
They come at you, little moustache.
Yeah. Oh, they look like a baguette that's just like coming your way. So, that's a bit
yeah, imagine. God, that'd
Regional
throw you
snakes.
off. The urban camouflage in France for snakes would be
In a bakery.
unreal, bud.
You're
That's
never
what I'm
safe.
saying, right? You go to get your baguette, you pick it up, you're like, oh, that's a nice baguette. Oh,
bit squishy. Oh,
terrifying. That's terrifying. That's like the equivalent of living in Australia, but for French people.
It
you know?
is.
Check your baguettes in case it's a snake.
Yeah, like your survival rate in a bakery is never 100%. That's all I'm going to say. You're never safe of the snakes over there. Looking at a team that is looking to play it safe, though, it is going to be Vicious. They did give up that 2-2 split I mentioned earlier from Museum. They did go for the southern western compound. They're still very central on this circle, so this is a good, respectful play from Vicious. Again, highlighting why they won in the Romanian regions PMNC. As good shot from Icy with the ASM Abacan. And Shelter, a few teams also going to be take up shop here. It's going to be Ozorox in this position, followed up by also AMIX. And 777 will be on the southern side, which is fine. Shelter can, shelter many teams in that position quite comfortably. And also car nicely parked up for Ozorox, so they're going to be able to keep in working condition. Because chances are, Circle's not going to be too kind to you. You will have to leave. And if you have to leave, you're going to make it right to the Vicious. What I'm going to say for Vicious, do not spam your ammo for no reason whatsoever. Hold on to it, because if you eliminate teams around you, you can't get access to those death crates. So you might be very limited loot-wise this game.
Yeah, keep an eye on your mags. head count on the rounds. You don't want to leave yourself susceptible later. Unfortunate it seems, for Avalanche once again. They were kind of put from a pillar to post in both of our games today. Never feeling like they get an opportunity to take the first fight. Always getting bullets thrown straight at them. That's another knock there. So they'll try and recover on things on that one. Little bit of cover to play with. For AMIX, I'm curious to see if they're going to turn this tempo back up as well. As soon as there's an opportunity to engage, it felt like that was really the backbone of their play style throughout a vast majority of what we got from them in the Club Open, Max. It was a lot of very aggressive games, even if they weren't taking chicken dinners, right? Especially when we get later into the tournament here. I wonder if that will rear its head. But they were playing for elims time and time again. We saw multiple games where even if they didn't take the dinner at the end of it all, they were walking away with double digits. They're being able to throw themselves into fights they probably shouldn't win, but still walk away with 5 to 6 different elims on average between players. It was really just, shenanigans from them with how they were playing it. So if that comes back, yeah, that could be some scary form.
I keep saying it many times about teams. If you want to see if a team is good in esports in a competitive format, look at their bad games. What are a bad game for these teams, right? Is it a 0-1 point game, or do you get 3, 4, 5 points every single match consistently? Because that really does make a difference over, especially longer format tournaments, right? Which is actually what we have here for EECA. It's not going to be a 2-day finals. It is going to be a 3-day finals. With a smash ruling, sure, so it could be a little bit shorter, right? But it is going to be good to have that kind of consistency in the longer format. So yeah, no, I definitely agree with the highlight. As we did see the circle shift, by the way. It's going to be going slightly over to the west of Shelter. Shelter still in place, same for the compound of Vicious. Also, we do have D2R's museum position up northeast. Thing is, we know as a fact, right, there's not enough positions for these teams, for 14 teams to survive upon this next phase. So a lot of teams will get eliminated in the process. Though I want to pay close attention to the western side, right? SSE, they got the God Dip. There's going to be very strong to pound to the west, so they could be having a good position as Generation is going to be overwhelmed. Good push with the smokes, and Afterlife picking up their second elimination. But will they survive later on this game as Revo and Misha will get knocked on down? Not sure. ARCRED's got a ton of utility, but what a good spray here from Windy. And that is going to be Narvalo also taking a fight. So a lot of clashes happening across the board, Jackie, which does make sense because, again, position-wise, we do not have a lot of compounds to play around.
Yeah, limited space, so everyone is very much exposed to one another right now, forced to sort of really take the initiative if you want to hope to get yourself a better position to play with. Hardboy taking shots from downrange as well, tries to at least give himself some semblance of cover to play with as he pushes up. It's a nice angle on the peak. Revo taking a ton of damage from it as well. Zone's going to finish in with the backup of the bullets from Fleek 8, so that's an easy one to pick off another member of the squad. Unfortunate, first time we've really sort of seen them with their eyes brightening up, looking like they want to get thrown into the action here. It's Windy and Zixi that get away. Not going to lie to you, mate, I do feel like this was two of the players on this team that were pretty consistent when it came to their fragging power. You did need the full team when it came to their overall game plan of PUBG Mobile. That's where they had their best rotates, when they played as a full 4. But in terms of the actual fragging, it was these two boys that were doing a ton of damage. This is not the position for it, though. It's an awkward fight back. Quick turn from Zixi, but just the one, and you are done for.
Not a great entry point angle to send it for Windy and Zixi, right? They send it straight, which means that if you have a player inside of Shelter, which in that case we just saw exactly was the case, well, you're going to get completely demolished. Sorry, you're going to get converted in elimination so quickly. I am surprised they didn't try and go maybe to the west or eastern side of that door just to have a little bit of a safer transition. But no, they're just like, let's send it forward. And, well, we saw the result. It didn't quite work out for themselves. Previous chicken dinner team here is going to be KZ Esports. They do just hold on the ridge. Hopefully it won't do the same mistake as Zixi and Windy just a few seconds ago. They still have a few buggies in working condition too, and also a 2-seater, so they can play it slow. They're still in circle. They've got 20 seconds to work with. There's no big rush. But the next phase, we lost already a few of our teams, right, down from 14 to 12, and we might lose even more as 27 plus take a casualty in the name of Aslam. Should be resible for Ruzent. But we are getting to the breaking point here, Jackie, of this game where so many teams are going to get eliminated very, very soon.
Yeah, you're going to run out of space to play with. You're going to have to start throwing your fists around and windmilling at one another, looking to get some damage out. You can see that already with the Elim feed starting to bustle to a brim here. Destine to rise, looking to see if they can withstand the fight. But so far, they're beginning to fall with some casualties there. Quick moves to at least try and get themselves back up on their feet, but down to only 2 players here to withstand. So Darling just trying to make a move and keep his nose clean for now. Everyone's right on top of you, and this is the one bit of space that has some hard cover to play with, so they're gonna steal this away from you, wrestling up towards this angle. Could you catch Glory off guard, though, on the push by? It might leave himself susceptible from the sideline. Which depends how he peaks it. He's going to be somewhat aware of this. Doesn't want to overexpose himself back over towards the hillside as well. And you've got this smoke line to encroach further forward. It's awkward for both teams in terms of the confidence of going for it. Nade through the door. Will he just swing out on this? Beats is thinking about it.
He's going to push up at some point through the smoke. He's going to completely subvert the expectations that ARCRED had pushing in this compound. That could be a good nade. Actually, a blind one, but from the back, that is going to be Fleek it. Put down for the count. Down to Glory. And I think they still don't... Yeah, they don't know that Beats is right there in that shed, just chucking a bunch of utility in their direction. ARCRED, yet getting completely wrecked upon this breach. Glory going for his first aid, but yeah, here you go. Beats pushing out. I would say this is a situation where using one grenade to just double check that no one's in that shed would have been worth it. He doesn't go for it, tries to not waste utility, and unfortunately, that does cause their demise in this game. Not even making it to the top 10.
Yeah, man. That's a bit of a rough one for them. I think you're spot on with it. It did feel a bit uncomfortable, right? But it almost seemed like they were kind of debating clearing it. Then basically got more sucked into just like, right, let's brute force our way through the doorway, clear the close angle, see what we can do from it. The fact he gets the nade off and still no one's sort of attention lights up of like, oh, have we just been backstabbed on it? Bit of a rough outcome for them. POV here of Meta up on the hillside. They see 27 plus on the connection over towards the shed, getting bullets down range. Ruzen going to be hit heavy by Cyrex there. So already the squad starting to suffer on this one. Effectively just a solo. That's all that remains for 27 here, as they don't really have much stock considering how this has gone. Beats and crew, though, for Destine to rise. Might still be able to find something a little bit later into this one. Don't have too much stock, and they will have to fight through. Instant connection back, as I mentioned their name. They lose another player, so not looking as good as Ozox. The English language, sometimes, Max, it's a painful tool. Why are words so hard?
Yeah, I don't know. Ozrox. Hey, yeah, you know what? Yeah. You're going really quickly. It can be a bit of a tongue twister.
Ozra!
Yo, it was Rooks. Not sure how to approach it. So actually, looking at how teams are approaching this situation, I am very surprised 27 Plus did not decide to fully commit to a push onto all Meta or maybe the Northern Compound or Vicious. They went very split. I think they kind of gave up on this game, just trying to maybe get a few placement points here and there by surviving as a solo, maybe, luckily enough, a duo. But no, they just doesn't work out. I think a full-on breach would have been a way better option onto METACORE. And they've got absolute oversight on everything this circle. They're not going to be in zone anymore, as Phase 6 is going to center up in favor of teams in Shelter itself. But Meta, you got to clear Aslam, the solo player of 27 plus, before making your transition over the road, because otherwise that's going to be tough. And as I say that, actually, Aslam gets in his car, moves away, trying to get the hell out of dodge, as he does get picked off. And now it's 27 plus eliminated, only getting one elimination for their troubles.
I'm surprised Beats has still actually been able to find another knock off the back of this, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, completely fragmented. Teammate getting shot from all angles. Still picks up, still hits some rounds. So he's been kind of cheeky with his solo maneuvers we're seeing so far. Left as the last man for the team, but hey, he'll take those 3 elims they've been able to rack up off some of the backstabs we've seen on this one. Avalanche again, it continues to be hellish. Beats finds another one. This is a nightmare. Anyone that peeks up is so susceptible to his stab towards the back. Finally, Bad Boy will get sightline onto it and deal with it, so Destined to Rise do fall in the end.
Yeah, Beats has just been able to just destroy anyone without being spotted, really. He's taking really one-sided fights, but Vicious, they're pushing up to the ridge. It's a bit of a risky play, I would say, because you still have one team to the east, right, in Ozrox, which they could try and wrap around and really negate this position next to the ridge. I think it's a little bit greedy of an angle to take right now. But this is the Vicious, one of the most aggressive rosters in this lobby for EECA. So you know what? If any team can make it work out, it would be them. The nade inbound onto Icy, a little bit overcooked for default. And now they're like, oh no, they're coming up. We have to go back into hiding, into Shelter itself. And you know what? If it keeps going to the east here, Jackie, we could have a heal-off ending if we do have some solos just sending it deeper and deeper in Shelter, in the minds of Moria. And Ozrox could do something very similar too if they were really dedicated to making it to that podium.
Yeah, the Minotaur maneuvers, if they can bring out the full strength for the beast within here. Because it's tight right now. Not a lot of space to play with. Limited sight lines as well on these peaks. Everyone breathing down each other's necks. Now Valo doubling back towards the vehicle. Going to hop in behind the wheel. Reposition to join the squad. A little bit paranoid about the ridge side. Wondering if someone's going to be sitting further back as well. Just clearing towards the edge of the zone. Just in case there's someone that has gone undetected.
It seems like Ozorox just want to coexist with Vicious. They're like, we could try and completely deny their position and just take shots on them by pushing slightly over the ridge, but they're like, no, we're going to let it happen. And I actually kind of like it. They got this symbiotic relationship at this point. You would just hinder each other's opportunity to make it deeper and deeper in this game. So you know what? Friends, for now. Will that be the case in Circle 7, 8, 9? We'll have to wait and see. As of right now, that is exactly the situation we have on our hands. As Phase 7 is coming up in the next 15 seconds or so. As 3TN will be the next player to fall, and same for Leon 44, as he's going to get picked off by Warrior from 777. Their rotation is going to be so hard to execute, making it into the open, leaving the safety of Shelter, and here might be meeting their doom very soon.
Yeah, it's all going to be kicking off in due time. Is this the end of the frenemies pact? It seems like it could be. Shots from Bad Boy. He's been good for the distance frags so far with the shots that we've been seeing from him. Good tracing from quite a few meters away. He was able to get that knockback over onto 777, but they've had ample time to reset from it. And now, of course, do telegraph they're willing to take this engagement towards the Vicious. They'll live up to their name. If you give them an inch, they'll take an absolute mile as soon as they start to wrap up and see an opportunity to put bullets down range.
Oh, I'm looking at Ozorox. They're in the car. They're ready to move. Again, they've got 10 seconds before the blue zone starts to push up on their location. And I think pushing the Vicious makes the most amount of sense. So yeah, the Frenemies alliance is now over between Ozorox and the Vicious. The clash is coming up very soon. A bunch of nades and utility being chucked back and forth like a game of tennis. Good damage onto one of the players, right onto Melaz. You've got to be careful to not be too far on the front line, otherwise you will be in nade range. All of these amazing fraggers from the Vicious. As though over to the east, it's going to be the Vicious. They're actually, sorry, not the Vicious, 777 going for the engage, and they're going to be decimated this game, eliminated. Still good game, getting 9 points on the board. Whew. They meant business this time around, but now Vicious looking to be on the offensive, pushing up onto Ozorox, and Melaz might just be the next to fall.
Bad Boy goes down to a nice nade from Koa, so the explosives are on target. Response back from Leon 44. That's the molly over the top side, trying to ignite the path and keep them penned in, but you are low on stock. You can see the HP available for all three of the players that are on screen right now for the side. Not looking too great. Green around the gills in the position they're in, so it could be uncomfortable with the Vicious having a decent amount of utility left between the players. Somewhat running low on the more offensive utility now, though. We're down to basically just defensive nades, apart from the back line towards the supply crate. I believe it was 3 nades you had in the back pocket there. So at least something here. That's Narvalo that still has the explosives to play with. Oh, sticks to his guns, literally, though. Melaz absolutely melted. Their eyes light up as they also spot the moving in squad from AMIX right in position. So everyone trapped in this angle now.
Oh, the French player steps up in Narvalo. Really good. Ozorox, they just took too long to commit to a fight and even gets picked off by METACORE from a distance over to the west. Really good engage. But Ozorox, yeah, meeting a very early death in this game. Down to the last 4 teams, right? We're going to be having some top contenders. Our Polish team, actually, of Motion, still alive in this game as a duo, looking to make their exit out of Shelter. As another team does get swept under the rug, it's going to be AMIX, Default, Havlik. Every single one of those players going to be wrecked by the incoming domination of Vicious, realistically. METACORE, somewhat forgotten about, right? 5 eliminations, 3 players still alive, but no cars, I believe, to make that rotation. So without cars here, this should be easy pickings for the full squad of the Vicious.
Yeah, it feels like Vicious got a great spread with the cover you've got to play with. It's only that back angle towards the right-hand side, but the fact they go for that peek out for Meta, man, like, the bullets didn't connect. You just didn't instantly get that dive from it. It doesn't give them a chance to make a move. So, yeah, surely this should be them basically just coasting it out towards a victory on this one. Motion looking for Summit back over. Doran's got himself the vehicle to play with, of course. He can push up, peeking towards the backside. You know the pressure's on Meta right now. If they can get stuck in to fin the herd and take a few extra elims, they'll take it all day.
Might as well. They're just hoping to get second place here for Ked and Duchu. Again, Ked, storied player in the European region of PUBG Mobile Esports. But look at this circle, man. The amount of presence the Vicious have. They got a really solid defensive position behind this ridge. What do you want to do? Look at all the cars, right? They had one car to work with. They sent one player, but unfortunately, they don't have a plan B. So here, nades inbound from Dorian. Got to be careful to not overpeak it. It does get knocked, but you know what? That should be really hard to confirm on that player. Koa will try and hopefully save his fallen teammate. But this is clearly, Jackie, a fight for second place. This is looking like a vicious chicken dinner through and through.
Yeah, man. Like you say, right, it's just the map positioning. You've just got such a good ridge to play with here. Anytime they go for a risky peek, even like that overcommit from Dorian on a full commit to try and get the nade out, he goes down, sure, but how do you flush him? You just can't. You can't get an angle as soon as he gets his head back down under the ridge. So they're happy to play Medic on that one, reset from it. The longer this goes on, the more uncomfortable it is for the other teams. Like you say, feels like it should be a guaranteed chicken dinner for the Vicious to take home. It just really is lining up onto who gets second place. That's the nade that will decide it then, as it's only motion that remain.
The circle center is actually going to be outside of this dip, so Vicious are going to be very vulnerable as they leave that cocoon they've created for themselves for the longest time, this nest of safety. Nade inbound, not going to be able to connect any damage onto Duchu or Ked, respectively. They got 5 pieces of utility, but the thing is, Vicious, you can see they've still got cars, right? At least one car to work with, which is going to be great to reposition, gather some intel on the exact location of these motion players. But Ked, he's got the P90, which is going to be a great weapon to have at this range. Good initial knock, followed up by a second. The back-to-back for Ked is happening. Can they snatch away this chicken dinner away from the hands of the Vicious?
Oh, maybe there's a chance here, Max. They're fighting fire with fire. It's good teamwork in the close range engage with the SMG. The follow-up nade was big as well. Somehow, some way, they brought this down to a winnable game. Let's see if they can find the fight to take it to the bitter end.
7 bullets.
The tag back onto Ked's rough. Duchu on the repeat with a Bison. He's getting damage out, but he needs to convert. It's so close. It was so close, but not enough to stop the Vicious in the end.
I was a little bit scared that I think I saw Dorian with 7 bullets left in the chamber of his scar. I was like, oh my god, this is going to get really dicey at the end of the game. But no, the Vicious were the ones to take home a 24-pointer here on the second game of the day for the calibration stage. And of course, they're one of the big favorites entering this tournament, so not shocked to see a chicken dinner. Though I am surprised, though, the Ozrox didn't try and wrestle away that position properly. They would be maybe trying to coexist for too long together. And because of that mistake from Ozrox, this was looking like a free chicken dinner for Vicious. But they got involved, right? It's not like we got a low elimination chicken dinner, Jackie. They got involved in the conversation, denied so many southern rotations from these squads, and off the back of that, able to get 14 eliminations. So big game here for the squad from Romania.
Yeah, man, playing a great game there positionally. They had that one on lockdown, good aim as well. Got a little bit scary towards the tail end, but hey, that's more just sort of stock to see how well they dealt with it in the close quarters combat. We'll say again as well for the Ozrox encounter, thinking back on it, it felt like effectively what that might have gone down to is just supplies as well. I don't know if they really had that many meds left. We saw HP-wise, right, when they finally committed to it, everyone was kneecapped, mate. They didn't have that much health to play with. They spent so long up there, they just didn't have supplies to fight from. So maybe, like you say, that kind of frenemies relationship they had went on a bit too long. We saw some chances where they could have engaged. Maybe it could have gone differently if they could wrestle them off that angle. But with how nicely they were positioned, winning that fight, I think, would have been awkward every day, even shooting from the height advantage.
Yeah, as you say, they were nicely positioned, but they were just too nice.
Yeah.
You got to send it. Looking at the replay of these finishing moments, of course, you never want to disrespect the P90, especially in the hands of a player like Ked, the guy stepping up. But the thing is, that rock, if it was slightly more in the blue, who knows? Maybe he's able to find the knock onto Dorian and then take home the win, but that smoke was just not enough cover to keep him alive. And a great 2-man finish from Vicious. And looking at the elimination spread, Dorian stepping up big time here with those 5 eliminations. But looking at Koa, over 1,000 damage. I always said it, Koa, I think, was underrated for the longest time. Finally, he's on a big team. He's given the respect he deserves. And here in EECA, he steps up big with over 1,000 damage and 4 eliminations to his name.
Oh, yeah, huge plays there. Massive stuff. This is what you want to see as well because, right, we sort of had the two sides of the coin where you can see a player that's got high eliminations but low damage where he might be assisting. This is the opposite where it feels like Koa, they're playing a blinder in terms of consistently being able to get the chip damage out, peppering to keep control. So not only is it the elims that matter, it's the fact that he was always nipping at their heels, always making it uncomfortable for the other squads around him. Is the breakdown of that match overall as well. Some of the key statistics on that one. It was a big elim game, Max. Lot of frags going around.
Yeah, ton of eliminations coming out on board. I mean, it makes sense, right? We didn't have a lot of players alive at the end, so you will have 61 eliminations in this Erangel game. Only one vehicle elimination. I thought we'd see a few more squashes happening here because it was a relatively open mid-game happening on this Erangel match, but it was just not quite meant to be. And longest elimination, 317 damage. So I wonder who was playing with some possible bolt action. Definitely wasn't top because, well, we saw what happened in military base. So I'm wondering, actually, are we going to see that happen in the next Erangel today? That would be fun to witness.
Hey, you know, it's a big question. We'll get our answer if they keep it up. No surprises here, though, right? We highlighted him for his showmanship and skill on the server, but there he is again. Koa, of course, being highlighted as the MVP for our second game on that one. Some beautiful plays, always in the forefront of things, it seems, for the Vicious right now. Yeah,
he's always just a constant for this roster, and I'm really hoping we can see them make it to a global LAN like PMGO Season 1 over in Jakarta. Also brought to you by the Infinix GT50 Pro, which we started off back in the day, Jackie, with the Infinix GT20 Pro. They grow up so fast at the 50 Pro. It's so powerful. It's here. It's stepping up your gameplay.
Oh yeah, we've evolved. The times are only getting better, and so is the Infinix. Good to see it on our screens as always there. But yeah, massive matchup on that one, mate. That was exciting. We'll move on, of course, from having Koa on our screens as he was playing a blinder, but there is still more to discuss, and we can have a look at some of the other top players thus far off the back of Game 2. Anyone that you feel like deserves the flowers here, Max, that you want to highlight?
Bets. Even though we called him Beats because he's got more ease in his in-game, so the beetroot player, no, it's Bets. I think that he was given a golden opportunity to get some free nade eliminations from that shed inside the area of a museum. And you know what? He gets 2 eliminations off the back of that. So Bets, again, you want to be careful about these guys. If they're given an opportunity to strike, they will be able to get some free points and damage on the board. So Bets, good step up. I'm wondering if we can see more of this solo player moving forward.
Oh yeah, man, he was good in terms of the positional gameplay. I'm surprised how many shots he was able to get off late into that one. It was really a curiosity how many times he kept showing up in the Elim feed. Hey, this is how the sleeping dogs are lying for now, though. 2 games in already, and this is what the top end of our leaderboard is starting to look like. The Vicious climbing their way through, of course, off the back of that one for Game 2 with a nice, decent chunk of points they're able to secure here in our second game.
And AMIX also 6 eliminations. So, well, actually, you know what? Most of the eliminations were early game versus Aurora, right, in the drop of the island, military island specifically. So they're able to get most of their points very early in this match. Though heading on to the second page, we don't see a good back-to-back performance from KZ Esports. Sure, they had a great chicken dinner on game 1. I do think the circle was very easy to use and abuse for those northern teams. Here, throwing a spanner in the works for a lot of these squads. This is not an easy game to get positions. And in this game in particular, KZ Esports were just not able to successfully reach that true late game of this match.
And here we can see a nice breakdown of how the power is starting to shift in our overall ranking. So, ahead now, the Vicious will take that top spot predominantly, climbing 10 places there off the back of our second game of Calibration here today so far. AMIX making a bit of a move up as well, so that early fight versus Aurora was still worth some of its weight in gold as they were able to lock that one down. Shenanigans on that. I am still very curious if that's going to continue. Hey, 4 points a game, send a message, maybe that's the game plan.
Maybe it is, just want to scare off your competition going into the actual important matches of the league stage. Looking at Vicious though, that chicken dinner pushes them up an extra 10 ranks, which you would expect when you only have 2 games played, right? And it will keep in mind also we do have a group system. We haven't highlighted it too much so far, but every single time you're going to have 4 new teams joining the fray and 4 teams going on the bench as we play out these remaining matches. And looking on the second page, Aurora dropping down 7 ranks, but you know what, again, early days, their team normally they start slow, they ramp up things later on, so I'm not scared. If you're scared for Aurora, don't worry, trust the process, they will step up eventually. Though I am a little bit saddened by the current performance of DG77. Sure, they've only played 1 game, but this is a squad that we know as a fact can put big numbers on the board, so it will happen eventually. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, DG77 were looking really good last time we were seeing them play. I think they really did sort of blossom as well. Maybe again, like you say, mate, it's one of those where it's early doors, right? You know, 1 game played, give them a little bit of time, they can work back into it. Similar sort of vibes that are coming out from both the camps there of sort of a low blow as well with how they've been showing up on that one, trying to get a little bit of momentum going. We'll see. GOAT team now, of course, with how they've rebranded. Some more moments of aggression, but still not quite hitting the same level of pace. So a lot of question marks yet. That's probably the better way for this to go so far, though, Max. I feel like it was all figured out instantly with the slow and steady sort of, evolution of the groups we're seeing, how they contend against different squads. Be no fun, would it? So the fact that we're getting sort of more mixed bag of results and power levels changing, probably the nicer way for this one to kick off.
Oh, definitely. Also, we just saw in the leaderboards the fact that the two teams that got chicken dinner only have 10 placement points, which goes to show that you only get one good game, then you follow it up by a possible bad performance. So it's going to be topsy-turvy here on the opening day of the calibration stage. Though I'm hoping, I have to check the groups. I didn't check. I didn't do my homework. I should have. I do want to see if AMIX and Aurora are playing the next game together, because I just want to see it happening again, right, in military base. That was very exciting. And I think if it does go down, Jackie, I'm expecting an Aurora win. There you go. Just like Ozorox. I don't know. It's hard sometimes, but
Yeah, mate, look, it's the English language. It tricks you. I don't know why, but yeah, sometimes words aren't what you think they'll be. Much like how we're not sure if Max's prediction of Aurora being bottom at the end of the day will come true. We'll find out what Max thinks when we get into the next game, guys. We'll see you after the break as the action continues here. Catch you in a sec.
Start the war!
Only one will be number one, as adequately put there by the graphics on the stinger. Great work to the production team. And of course, it sets the stage of what we're working with today, Max. Already, we've had two different winners off the back of our opening games. Curious to see how things are going to go, of course, switching in different groups, trying to get a lay of the land. That's basically where we're at today. It's had some good moments already, so I hope it will continue this way, buddy.
Yeah, I just don't want to see a repeat of Circle 1 on Game 1, right? That was just a horrendous kind of zone just being chucked in the direction of these teams. So now, last game was definitely a little bit easier to play around, but it's still Shelter, so it can be a bit hectic. But they were given some opportunities, some of these teams, and I think that in particular 27 Plus and Ozrox somewhat fumbled it. But it's good. It's good to mess up on day one because, again, you got the point reset. So if you do want to have your worst PUBG Mobile Esports you've ever had in your history, now's the time to do it because it doesn't matter all that much. Only will change your slot distribution here for the league stage.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically just the seeding games, deciding which group you'll be in, which could be good, could be bad, depending on which other squads you have around you. So fate is in your hands, but it won't result in you leaving with no prize money. It won't result in you leaving with your head down, devastated at how the games went. 2 games already played here, though, of course, 3 left to go. If you are just joining us, like we touched on there, it is Calibration Day, and it is the day of the Erangel the whole way through. So don't worry, you are in the right place. We haven't tripped the Flux Matrix time machine, Max. It is going to be back-to-back games today.
It is, and actually, I do have the groups. I did my homework during the break. So
hey,
now,
we go.
the teams that are going to be joining the fray once again are going to be DG77, Champions, TT Project, and Mad Esports. And now the teams that are not playing, I'm sad to say, Jackie, are going to be Vicious, Aurora, SSE, and 777 are not in this game. So no military hot drop. It will happen eventually later on today, right? But not this time.
What a nightmare. What a nightmare. It could have been beautiful. It could have been beautiful, the 2-time. But like you say, maybe it'll be saved up as a nice little treat the longer the day gets on, right? It'll rear its head once again. That could be enticing. We got some good signs from it already. Not if you're an Aurora fan, I'd imagine. You probably didn't enjoy seeing that one too much. So that's why we didn't want to do it to you twice in one set.
Yeah, they need a break after that one, you know. I think that's such a bad time. I don't know, what would be the opposite of an Absolute Cinema? Absolute last episode of Game of Thrones? I don't know, something like that could be
maybe
the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to find something.
Complete review bomb. Like, I don't know, you know.
0 out of 10 on IMDb kind of game.
Rotten tomato. Just... we can workshop it, man. We'll come up with something good. We'll have that one up our sleeve, you know.
Yeah, we have to come up with a name, and then we got to bring Kalaris in to get the jingle for whatever we come up with. But
we'll use it. A little VT stinger. We'll have that one ready for a global, just in case. Yeah. It'll be a nice little surprise.
That'll be a good time. Hopefully we'll get it ready for the LAN event coming up of PMGO Season 1. But yeah, going into this next one, then I'm excited to see again for the teams that are going to be playing this time around in their respective group. It's going to be DG77, Champion, TT Project, and Mad Esports. Can they take home their first chicken dinner of the calibration stage? We'll have to see right here, right now. Onto the grassy pastures for groups A, B, D, and E.
All right then, let's get it. Strap in, everyone. And let's see what sort of action we're going to be getting out of this. How things will continue here so far. And if it'll get a little bit more interesting as it goes by, you can see, of course, on screen the teams that are competing, like Max has highlighted here, so you understand just where we are in terms of calibration thus far today. Already seeing a mixed bag of results, some interesting fights, some pretty good tactical decisions as well in terms of the late game. That was the Vicious that certainly impressed us with their overall map control, but they weren't tested too much by some of the other squads. Will the confidence be rising at this point in the day? Kind of first game jitters for a majority of our squads is out of the way now. You'd hope that the squads that come in fresh are feeling ready for it. Let's find out. Then we get our playing path relatively central, so no surprises there.
Yeah, it's going to be very kind for these teams. Actually, you could get access to every single loot truck pathway on this game. So actually, we'll see if some teams try and take it for themselves. Okay, for those who didn't watch Eastern Europe, I do have an addiction related to the loot trucks. I love it because it can give you an early game MG3. Though, I am checking out Farm here. Mad Esports. Seems like they're taking 1 knock early on. Is there a team just below them we can't see on the map here? Oh, yeah, okay, there's definitely a team over here. Mad down to just a solo player, it seems. They came back from a break, Jackie. And now is Sakinov left stranded as a solo with his AR. ready to make it work out, hopefully, with his honey badger. But yeah, his teammates just getting knifed one by one. You got to take the fight now if you want to get the reset. Otherwise, this is a free 4 points headed the way of DG77.
Mate, this is this is a nightmare already for some of our squads. You've dropped in. They've taken the can opener and opened up the can of whoop-ass instantaneously. So punishing stuff here. This is not the way you'd want to start off your games. Let's see if there's any recovery possible. You got the pistol in the hand. Zadira, handy with the steel, but can he earn his keep in a spot like this? As Mad Esports are going to want to make this one infuriating. The solo on the stairway. They're getting in close. Nomi's low. You could send him in for the bait, follow it up with pre-pod shotty. They're trying to run him down, and it's going to be dealt with pretty quickly on that one.
It was an eco round. They were all just with pistols.
Yeah, mate, that's mental.
Rush B right now.
Yeah.
They get the elimination and the squad wipe. So yeah, that was, you know what? Mad Esports, you get an even longer break. You know what? You deserve it. You take a little bit of a breather. You'll come back stronger in the next 2 battleground matches here on Erangel for Calibration. Quite unfortunate. Looking at the rest of the map, though, I believe that was the only hot drop we had over here in Farm. We do have 2 teams in Yasnaya Polyana, but it is going to be more than enough space to work with for 2 teams. 3 teams is a bit limit, but 2 teams, 1 team to the west and 1 to the east is completely fair game. And in this case, it is going to be TGM and 27 plus sharing this city. So as of right now, we should be good. But the horse is back, Jackie. The horse meta is real.
Oh, there we go. Prime time. Oh, this is perfect, actually. Destined to rise, destined to ride.
Yeah. You know what? We need a rename on that one. Come on, we need to talk to the orgo.
Like, think about it. You know, there's a distinct lack of horse logos right now. Name it, no names. But that could have been you.
Could have been the Kanina Power. Could have
Yeah.
been. Like, you say no, naming no one. I'm like, I just drop it. I'm like,
Just
yeah,
instantly
Kanina,
in there
what the
straight
hell,
away.
Kanina?
Yeah.
How they...
Look, this is classic Max, man. This is what you've been like all the way since back then at the Club Open. You were saying, Kanina Power, God, more like low power. They're never going to qualify. I said, whoa, Max, whoa, that's crazy. And then today you're saying Aurora. And I'm like, whoa.
Okay, chat, can we not listen to what Jackie's saying when he says, Max said this? Just don't pay attention, you know? Just turn off your brain for like 30 seconds and come back. You know what? Reload the stream if you want. Just don't listen. You're gonna get. There's gonna be news.
All your street cred. I like all street cred gone. Everyone's livid.
Negative Riz.
Yeah.
He's lost it all. His career in shambles.
Mate, they're gonna find your profile. They're gonna be commenting minus rep. Do not trust this man. Like
negative aura. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing left. Actually,
got
no
no
what?
skins.
Oh, this is terrible. I should not say this, but once actually during PMGC of last year, I was in an elevator with Top, right, from then APG.
Yeah.
And I did something stupid, which is typical me, right? I did some weird stuff. And Top just, me and Top, we just like nod at each other. We don't really have full on conversations like him and Seven, they're homies. And he just says negative aura to me. I'm like, how should I recover? Your Top says that to you. You just like, okay, guess I'll die. I don't know.
Mate, what? As if he's just dropped that one, and then did he just peace out? Like he's got out the elevator, just nothing
he went
else.
to his room. He just left. He's like, okay, and then Seven just like making fun of me, which is typical also.
Bloody hell. Yeah, that's brutal, mate. That is brutal. I've had similar interactions like that. We fresh off the back of a cast, but this just resulted in all of the buttons in the elevator being hit, and I was just in the elevator. I had to go up 25 different floors. So swings and roundabouts. That's the way that goes sometimes. Be careful when you're in elevators, guys. You never know how it's going to go.
Let me guess, it was blank. Seems like a blank.
No, it weren't blank. But yeah. God, if you know, you know. But GOAT team, on the move here. They know where the grass is greener. And it's on the other side of the hill, Max.
Yeah, able to force the fight. GOAT team able to find an opening knock and hopefully a flush onto Havlik. Seems like AMIX are just willing to defend their island against the incoming GOATs. They get a knock onto Force, but that shouldn't be too hard to res. I think the player's on the beam right there. Yeah, it is default on top of the steel beams of the bridge. I'm not sure what kind of loot he has, but he's going to be definitely stranded up there for a hot minute. As now even getting surrounded by another player of AMIX as they are attempting to go for the res onto Force. They do pull it off. and Malloy should get swiftly flushed away as Spike in his buggy. I thought he was going to just try and leave over the bridge and pick up his teammate, but no, he means business. He's looking for the fight against the rest of GOAT. AMIX looking to defend their honor as a trio.
Let's see what they got for us then. Any surprises here from the boys? It's a fight from two teams that we do enjoy watching when it comes to close quarters combat. That is a beautiful three-pointer of a nade. Nice curve on that. Craters it underside a Spike and blows his legs off. So that's one more knock for the total tally. And this could be a very abrupt ending for AMIX into this game. If they're able to flash out on this one with no solo survivor there of Default, they do try and just backpedal away, using Spike as basically the signal flare. See if anyone comes to try and pick him up and then get the full squad wipe on this. GOAT relatively fragmented on the setup themselves, though. Don't want to run the risk of getting overwhelmed. He might just be running right into them. Goes over the coastline, looks for the setup, crashes the car down onto them, dives out. Default with one onto focus, but the reply from Moxie's good.
Just everyone instantly converging the moment one player sends it their way. But that's good. Elimination onto AMIX, squad wipe. They're going to get no points for this game, unlike the last game fighting Aurora. So GOAT was a different beast to tackle, it seems. Again, some people in chat are being like, this is... I've seen people during the break being like, oh, this is terrible gameplay from some of the teams. They're fighting so weirdly. It's calibration. I'm genuinely not expecting for us to lose like 2 teams on Circle 1 in the league stage, even less in the finals, right? So this is just teams limit testing, pushing it to the absolute limit, seeing, you know what, if we can take a fight, why the hell not? It's just unfortunate if you do go out early, then you have less opportunities, right, Jackie, to test out your typical gameplay that you want to use in the main portion of this tournament. So I would say early fights, sure, they're fun, but if you really want to test your proper strategy this tournament, I would say it would be good to just avoid these early hot drops, as it really just hinders your opportunity to improve upon your base gameplay moving in the next few days.
Yeah, man, you know, it's a combination, really, isn't it, of like how much do you put stock into the overall seeding of which group you end up in terms of the calibration process? Does that bother you too much? Are you kind of willing to go against anyone, sort of just play it off the back of the skin of your own back, really? What is it you want to get out of this? Is it more of a litmus test of where other teams are going consistently? Are they even playing their true drops as well, and sort of overall game plan? A lot of questions. But yeah, this one, I mean, you can kind of count it as a bit of an outlier, right? Sort of as we've approached it with the cast. I don't think this is necessarily what we were expecting. Obviously, compared to kind of today's games, I imagine the skill level is going to rise pretty drastically when we get into the real meat and potatoes of our action, because there's a lot more on the line. Suddenly, you're not only playing for just, what group are we in? We're playing for those points that will result in hard, cold Skrilla. That's cash money, Max.
Yeah, really, there's so much on the line right now. Actually, big shot to Glory. Got to be careful. Go back into hiding. There's going to be a few incoming shots from Garden, east of Rozhok. But also, I don't want to put too much stress on these teams, but you know what? I'm going to do it regardless. Sure, today doesn't really count too much because we're going to have the point reset. But you know, we said, right, Jackie, how this is going to be a qualifying tournament for the PMGO main event, right? Thing is, this tournament also is going to have an impact on your rankings to make it to PMWC. And that's not all. It will also influence your point rankings to make it to PMGC. So literally, if you have a good tournament here, you could be in contention to be the representative of EECA for not just one global event, not just 2, maybe 3 global events for the entirety of the 2026 esports season. So this event is so important that this is why I genuinely believe that these teams are not going to mess around entering in tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's only been getting more intense in terms of the caliber of teams you're playing against and what it means for you in the overall PUBG Mobile esports circuit, right? This is kind of what we were saying. Like, this is basically a decent majority of what you're going to be trying to compete in and really grabbing opportunity by both hands with. So I think you're spot on in that sense. Once things start to really hit sort of, peak, okay, we're in now, everything's dialed in, no more room for messing about. It should be a whole lot more real, and you'd imagine the level of competition we're going to be seeing is going to reflect that, because otherwise you do yourself a bit of a disservice, wouldn't you? The opportunities that you have, life-changing money, but also, like you say, the glory as well to represent your nation in a very impressive way. Some of the biggest global events of the year, Max, they're always spectacles. You know what I mean? We've got some crazy stuff over the years. So to be a part of that history as a player, it's a big deal for a lot of these people.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are going to increase just astronomically as you go forward, right? It's going to be getting real dicey for these teams, so you can't give up any points in these tournaments moving forward. Actually, that's not big. That's a complete hard shift. It's touching the western side of the blue zone on Boatyard and Rozhok. So teams like TT Project will set up really well. Actually, TT Project, I like that repositioning. Instead of just going into hiding over to the high ground up northwest of Rozhok, they're going to the eastern side in between Rozhok and Garden itself, which that means to me, TT Product, they mean business. They want to kind of gatekeep the entry point of Rozhok. They want to try and get as many eliminations as possible. So compared to the first game on Erangel next to Stolberg, where they were very passive in my opinion, here it's a complete shift of mindset. They want to hold off these teams. They want to get as many eliminations as humanly possible. Is that going to work out for them? We'll have to wait and see, but I think this is a very good change of mindset that could be really worth it in the long term if that is going to be their gameplay style for the entirety of this PMGO ECA qualifier.
Shots across, tracing there from GOAT team. Let's focus on Moxie that were able to show us some good signs of life early on. Chase onto the back line. Moxie going to be able to win that one out pretty confidently. Just overwhelms. Oh, mate. I mean, they get spotted. Instant pivot on it. You realize that you are in a bit of a risky position. For GOAT team as well, this is one of these things, Max, where as we've seen them play throughout the day, they've been slowly getting a bit more confident to take fights, slowly roaming in these sort of aggressive packs. They like playing these 2-2 splits where they sort of buddy system and fragment off playing for the fights, but they don't want to overcommit. That's that fine line they always try and tread water on. So glad they do instantly bail back. Tone it down. You've already got some elims from this. Look for a bigger game here. I think for them as well, they're probably one of the sides that would want to have a good showing in the calibration games to kind of give themselves maybe that air of confidence.
Yeah, just build a bit of momentum. You had a good opening day. You know what? We're going to build upon that strong base and just kind of elaborate even further on our gameplay moving into the league stage. So yeah, no, it's definitely not bad to have a good calibration stage. Okay, we send that teams might have a bad one, but if you have a good one, hey, you know what? You deserve the points. You're going to be in a higher seeded group for your league stage. So it could maybe, give you a significant advantage in that group. As champion Esports, looking at Kino, going to be punished for that overpeak. And that's going to be an instant shot to the body. As Demo looking to reposition, make it to his teammate. But if you are motion, this should be a very easy elimination to confirm with a bit of utility. But as I say that, one of the players going to go back into hiding in his car. Demo almost able to get it, but yep, Kino here able to crawl his way back to safety with his teammates. That now will be an easy res to pull off.
Well, let's see if we get some close quarters engagements here then.
Or this circle, by the way,
Destined
sorry.
to rise and no, go on, give me the breakdown.
It's a northern circle on Rozhok. We might have a city finish here. Okay, so teams are going to get really desperate. You can see everyone getting in their car, Jackie. They're like, oh, this is literally the worst circle we could have had. It goes straight up north. Avalanche and TT Project, they're chilling. They don't have to really kind of stress too much about getting their position under control. Same for D2R. But outside of that, teams got to get a little bit desperate because there's not a lot of real estate available for these squads. 14 teams, they might go down to below 10. Significantly lower after this one. But it is a city finish, meaning a few solos or duos could survive that rotation and maybe even keep the hopes alive for their team to get that chicken dinner. That's what we can expect from a city finish like that in Rozhok.
Could be intense then. Maybe a little bit more than we've had throughout some of the prior games so far. Awkward shots there, not really much you can do. Tries to drive out the vehicle, get a little bit of cover to play with, but just bullets down range. Now, Destined to Rise, we're basically just trailing TT on the push-up here. They at least tuck themselves in under the bridge side to a little bit more cover. That is going to be the DG77 squad on the re-engage as well. But shots back onto Prepod. He gets popped. It is Zadira making moves that we know he can withstand, though, as he'll be able to at least fin the herd back towards them. A lot of squads in close grouping around one another, though. This is everyone sort of fighting pillar to post to get into a better position on their rotate towards the zone. Moxie suffering there for GOAT team. Champion Esports scrapping as well up close towards MTN. And they're not really going to be able to withstand too much more. So dispatched in the end. This is the position that Destined to Rise found themselves in after their rotate. They did just set up under the bridge and have stayed there trying to keep their noses clean for now.
I find it interesting that Destined to Rise decided to commit to the bridge this early on. Like, sure, it's phase 4, you might have a city finish, but I think it's quite early to go there because it's not easy to protect your cars if you have a team up north. If you have Avalanche, if you have 27+. Talking about those teams, they're going to have a bit of a clash happening here in the open fields north of this gas station. But this should be an easy setup for Avalanche. Come on, everyone's coming up uphill against you. They're going to be dipping in the blue, taking phase 4 blue zone damage. So they're going to be in a really, really tricky situation. But yeah, I do wonder, DTR, is this too early to be the bridge trolls of this game? I do think it is, but who knows? If the circle favors them again and again and again, they can make it very fun this game pretty much for free for just a single rotation. As GOAT Team Focus gets taken out by the blue zone, down to now Sayrex as a solo, and this blue zone damage, I think with that rotation coming up, Jackie, might be a little bit for him, a little bit too much for him to deal with.
Nah, it feels like it's cooked at this point, mate. Even if he's able to just limp his way back through, it's not going to take much for him to be picked off by his opposites there up on the roof. So, yeah, dealt with pretty quickly. Goodbye, GOAT. Unfortunate. A little bit more life being shown from them, though, finding a decent chunk of eliminations on this game, but not really getting the longevity of some of the better placement games that we had seen from them prior to this competition. Champion Esports again, just going from pillar to post. Anyone they are willing to fight, you can see they're swooping in on. It's been some good shots, but potentially overwhelmed from the rear here. That is a hell of a range shot that's going to be able to connect onto him. Zarek being able to put some nice connections out as TT are still finding opportunities to third party onto some of these.
If you look at the minimap right now, by the way, you can see a lot of teams kind of focused around the southern and eastern edge. This is why I kind of like that TT Project decided to relinquish their positions away to other teams, because otherwise you got too much attention thrown your way. And I think they would just get overwhelmed in that, especially that 2-2 split we saw at the very early stages of this game. So really good respectful play from TT Project, and from the roof they're able to just get a lot of insight of where teams are positioned and kind of set up their true late game plan and strategy to get that chicken dinner. So yeah, good plan from TT Project. Is it going to give them more eliminations than they could have gotten earlier? Maybe not, but it's just safe. It's a safer option, and you're making sure that off the back of that, you should make it to top 5 relatively easily. So thumbs up there for the side of TT Project. As now to the east, trying to exit from Garden. It is going to be side of Afterlife, and they're looking at this solo. Jikura trying to make it to the smoke, but no going to be happening whatsoever. As Afterlife looking for their 3rd elimination of the game, and now can put their focus on making their way in the zone.
That's an Afterlife where Windy's been showing us some of the good firepower that he had prior as well still. So good to see him stretching his legs a little bit and getting into a groove. Can they climb a few placements on this matchup? That'll be the question for late game if they do keep themselves into a better position, if they find a way into the zone without suffering casualties. Champion Esports still on the move as well, just on the outer edge. TT did split off with that one man in effect, but tried to sort of backstab towards them. This is his POV now. You can see him coming down range. Bullets on targets, does chip away towards the vehicles. Ooh, you are trapped towards the window as well. Atomic trying to mantle his way through, does not get in. So only Kino really position relatively compromised. This could be the end for their story.
This is a risky angle for Effect, but as long as he doesn't overpeak, it should be fine. And actually, looking at Fierce, he's also going to find Aslam from 27+. So yeah, Effect being respectful, getting back into the car, so they just don't want to get fully involved in this discussion over to the southern edge near Rozok Hill. So yeah, it's a very passive approach from TT Project. We saw it in game number 1, right? We're seeing it here again on Rozok. But I like it. It's consistent, right? You're looking at consistency. We highlighted it earlier, right, Jackie? That you want to see how good many points you can get on your bad games. If they keep this kind of momentum going, their bad games are going to look relatively good, especially on the placement point side of things. So big ups to TT Project, as they are still holding down the high ground position with the warehouse of Rozok. But though down into the depth of this city, it is going to be TGM. It's going to be Champions as a duo. They did get the resale onto Atomic, I do believe. And also Ozrox going to be left as Milaz as a solo down there. So a lot of solos and duos here, which you would expect in a city situation. But will they be able to make it far in this match? That one, we're not too sure.
Yeah, longevity, always a question. Haven't seen too many solo shenanigans thus far today, so it would be nice to get some interesting plays out of it the longer it develops. You did see Butcher in the back line as well, trying to make his move up for Avalanche. They've got quite a wide berth between players, splitting themselves up and trying to edge their bets into a later game. Zone condensing in more as well, still a decent chunk of the compounds involved. Quite a large amount of that still being water-based as well. So play space being removed. Does still work out well, though, for Destine to rise with that early heads-up call towards towards bridge, not being punished for the position just yet.
I mean, how are Destine to Rise still in circle? I genuinely was a bit critical about it earlier, but I can't be anymore. They made it get to phase 6 for an early rotation for free. And the thing is, they didn't have to shoot a single bullet, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to be looking good resource-wise also this game. Helmets, vest, ammo count. Also, hopefully, meds. They should be good to go. As Avalanche, they're going to be the team in the hot seat, making that transition. A few players trying to swim over, actually trying to dip slowly, almost in the blue in a way. And Butcher will be the first to land. Followed up by Groza, maybe even Tommy very soon. And they're going to be putting their focus on the breach onto METACORE. That's going to be a big 4-man fight. But you can see already with the repositioning of Afterlife, they want this fight, they want this building. And they're going to crash right in the walls next to that smoke. And the utility is flying by left, right, and center. Avalanche waiting in the wings to third party it.
Oh. Nice up-close punishment from Windy, instantly playing towards the meds as well, trying to reset himself from the fight. But like you say, Avalanche were biding their time for their engagement. Nice nade round the corner, lands right in the face of Revo, and will deal with him. Windy with a top-down nade as well, gets that one back in, but it's too shallow. They breach their way into the compound, caught with utility in their arms. Molodoy able to unload the magazine with a bazone and hit the headshots. So although Butcher went down unrecoverable into the compound crash, they've been able to at least find points from this one. Misha still outside the building, plays his card, reveals his angle. We've got one man to assist on the top deck. Molodoy gets punished, drop down, clears towards the window. Windy able to hit back on it. Groza will deal with Misha, but this fight is becoming costly for either side, Max. A lot invested and not too much gained.
I mean, I'm seeing the MG3 here for Afterlife, so that's going to be a great weapon to have in a city finish. But unfortunately, they're still just barely in the zone. So that next transition into the open loving arms of what should be TGM very soon is not going to be easy to pull off. It's actually, as I say that, TGM are going to be going for their own rotation deeper in the zone, crashing slowly onto the split members of TG Project. Still got 2 nades to work with. A nade, going to put it onto the high portion of the building. Get some damage, actually. What a knock from Effect. Now reducing it from a full squad down to a trio for TGM. But where's the backup? Where are Effect's teammates? As of right now, he's just left stranded in this building. His teammates want nothing to do with this.
Yeah, this is an awkward encounter. Effect has been very willing to play off the skin of his own back for quite some time. Needs a bit of backup on the close range slide in. Instead, they take chip damage down range. Molly in as well. Lucky to still be standing with the spread on it, making things uncomfortable and turning up the heat in the close quarters. Going to pop the smoke to at least try and give himself some space to play with. Zerich really having a rough time on this one as well. Everyone heavy breathing, and the nade lands primed. That'll send them off so far and leave their numbers massively fragmented here. Zerich up top. It's an elevated angle to peek from. Nade's whizzing by, so he's trying to get a read on the lay of the land. Has to smoke it for himself to try and buy some extra time to stay alive on it. But everyone's so close to taking each other out.
I think we are witnessing a possible D2R chicken dinner coming up very soon. Destined to Rise is looking to be destined for this chicken dinner. I was critical of that early transition to the bridge, but you know what? The circle's been very kind to them. As TGM now looking to get closer and closer to the center of the circle. A team that's actually been kind of forgotten about over to the east is going to be Afterlife. And if this fight keeps raging on, maybe there will be an opportunity for them to make their way, as Misha does get into the car, makes it over to the coastal line, and actually able to find a good hiding spot for his car and himself. As TT Project, 5 eliminations. Down to a duo is Zerich Neos. Actually really good angle on the roof for Neos. And I think he's going to be able to spot the players of Destined to Rise. And as I say that, they do get the opening knock. Zerich, sole survivor of TT Project. Everything is falling apart for TT Project as D2R take claim of the high ground.
It's a good time for them to start to move in. You can see they finally put pressure on when they feel comfortable to actually get something out of this one. It's an advantage position they put themselves in. Avalanche were caught with only Tommy trying to make his way through the water, wading up through the coast there. He was spotted by Windy and Misha. They dispatch him quick. Shots downrange onto Darling, though. This is where it gets a whole lot more scary. Finally, they have to fight. They can't just sit back and wait. And it seems like some of the shots aren't landing for them. So Afterlife being able to at least fragment their attention. They can't just watch towards the city. They've got to call for the backup from BCDE if he can reposition to assist. Zerich in the meantime going to be unloaded on, so he suffers a bit of a knock, forced to be picked up by Neos on the reposition. They've at least got cover to reset, but they're going to have to invest a lot of time on this one.
I mean, Destine to Rise are just trying to cross their T's, dot their I's, make sure this is going to be a clean win coming their way. But yeah, losing one player is definitely going to hurt it. But he's even got the little sniper tower, so he's going to be... Oh, and the circle favors them again. It goes on the bridge. I said if they're going to win, it's literally this circle they needed to get, and they got exactly that. And now all the teams are going to be forced in the meat grinder set up by D2R. Zerich just hoping to outlive an extra squad or two so he can maybe get a silver medal, but it's not going to be looking too easy over to the east. I would love to see actually Afterlife maybe take control of the area near the bridge as a transition point. Wouldn't be too bad of an idea. But now, phase 8, we do have TGM not in zone. They have to make a mad dash forward, as they did get also the res onto Neos for TT Project, so that's going to be a good duo squad to have for yourself. But, Jackie, at this point, if it's not a Destined to Rise chicken dinner, I don't know who else will take this win. This is getting so one-sided, it's crazy.
It'd have to be a massive fumble at this point if it does fumble, right? That's the thing. They've actually played their cards perfectly. The heads-up call for the rotate worked well. They were blessed by the bridge. But does it all blow up in their face somehow, some way when it comes to the actual duels? That's the big question. They wanted to try and get a bit of a third-party maneuver onto the backside of TT. They saw some opportunities there. Had to kind of cut their losses off with the push-up from Afterlife. Now you're somewhat paranoid about it. They've still got good positions. Bet's in a better position as well to deal with this. Thinking about cooking the nade for the engage over the top side. Misha going to be trapped close towards the blue. Shallow on it. Expected him further left. He'll actually bail on it. Try and get himself into a better spot towards cover. A couple shots to his bite. It's a bit of a chip onto him. Meanwhile, Neos gets knocked as well. This is weakness shown from TT. Instant peek up. That's a good third party again from Destined to Rise. Stealing more points on this one, Max.
Good for Misha, denying that point away to the blue, but now it's just going to be down to Windy. I believe maybe had an MG3 earlier, looted up in one of those death crates on the eastern fight next to Garden. The trio of TGM. The thing is, you're looking at the position of this player of D2R. If you peek, you are asking to get headshot, right? If they're on the money with their aim, that might be an instant knock. And if you, the thing is, for Destined to Rise's position to fall apart, you get one knock on one of the extreme players such as Bets or XLWay. Everything is destroyed instantly. The game plan falls apart. As Zerich denying to the blue zone, best way to play it out, make sure no one can get those juicy elimination points. And this is such a passive city finish, actually, Jackie, as we see now TGM making a dash forward, making it uphill, and will claim the ridgeline for themselves.
Get themselves into a better angle. This is where that fumble starts to come through. Hang on a minute, you're right, Windy just waiting for so long. No one expected him. Had his head down, unloads with a heavy artillery, and blows his way through not one, but two. Oh, mate.
He gets second.
Massively fragments and gets himself into a second-place finish at the very least. But now it's that uphill battle, the 1v3. Can somehow Windy piece this one together? Stolen away second. Is he gunning for a chicken dinner on it? Has the AUG as a secondary to still play with? They're giving the 1v1s, but he's burning. And this should be his demise on the close quarters engagement. There we go. In the end, Destined to Rise do finish it off the back of the circle luck and the gameplay closing it. They pick themselves up the chicken dinner.
I don't know if you guys saw at home what happened, but they were chucking all of the Molotovs and the flashbangs onto Windy. So Windy didn't know where they were walking, and they just ended up walking right in the Molotov. That is one of the first times I've seen it happen, where you combo a Molotov with the flashbangs, and he's just like, where am I? Oh, I'm burning. And then he just gets eliminated almost off the back of that Molotov alone. But still, what a game from Destined to Rise. Not going to lie, the circle was very, very, and I mean very kind to them, but they were able to make full control of it and actually exude pressure on the lobby off the back of using that high ground position that they snatched away from the hands of TT Project. So what a game indeed, but I would not be sure that's going to happen twice in a row, because this is an extreme kind of circle that was gifted to them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, right? You think about how much of an advance call that was way back instantly. As soon as they saw the first shift towards City, they went for that long rotate round the backside, bypass TT, just kind of set up under the bridge. Like, look, we're just going to chill. It literally did nothing for what? Maybe the following sort of 8 to 9 minutes, kind of sat there until finally they even had the confidence to go, do you think we can have a bit of a look at maybe shooting towards someone's back? It works out. Did look a little bit scary at times from them, but they didn't fumble the bag. They get that chicken dinner.
MG3 though, come on, from Windy. I'm surprised it took that long to find that knock into a flush, but it worked out. What a blind nade actually from Destine to Rise to actually get a second place secured for Windy at that point. But it was MG3 clash for the two players, but in that case, the MG3 does win. That's all that matters because, again, best weapon in the game. Looking at the elimination spread for the players of Destine to Rise, it is going to be Betts getting 2 for himself, Darling getting also 2, and also 2 for the side of PXL Way. And Ralph just there for a good time, Jackie, as he only takes 25 damage in this game, and yet his survival time is of 13 minutes. So I don't think he got eliminated by a player. I think some weird stuff was happening over there.
Yeah, curiosity on that one, but there you go. You know,
How
maybe
did he
just
die?
went into it really weak. I don't know. Did he DC or what happened there?
I don't know, Blue Zone maybe? No, it couldn't be Blue Zone. They had the circle. I don't know. Something got him. It was a ghost.
Yeah.
It got all the damage.
He was
done on him.
debuffed. He was debuffed in
Ah.
that game, unfortunately. Only the 25 health to play with. But yeah, bro, kind of a mad one. Fair play, though. They do play it to a nice chicken dinner for them. Kind of, you know, a decent place to get one under your belt as well today, as we are reaching the kind of precipice of the halfway point and then some, with only 2 games to precede this third match. So fair play to them for locking that one in, Max.
Yeah, very good game indeed. Looking at who is going to be our MVP of the game. Actually, will it be a Destine to Rise player? I'm not too sure. I think there's other contenders here that could be actually.
Hey.
Oh, okay. I think we have a situation here where the MVP always has to be on the team that got the chicken dinner. Sometimes it changes per tournament, but it seems like that's what we have. And Betts will be your MVP of match number 3 here in the calibration stage. And yeah, overall, he didn't have a shed this time, Jackie. He had a bridge. You know what? You give him an odd position to work with, and he just makes it work. You don't know how, but he's just consistent with those weird spots.
He's an off-angle master. I believe that's the term that we'll go for. You know, he's basically like a wrestler, mate. He's give him a curt angle, he'll hold it every single day. That's what he does best. But honestly, yeah, I mean, it worked again, right? He was kind of the one that sort of stepped up when they were like, okay, we're actually being pushed here back towards the ridgeline. Afterlife looked like they were going to test them somewhat. He was heads up with the repositions that worked well. Shout out to Betts there, another game where he's finding impact. Here's the overall top players in the lobby, though, Max.
Yeah, so it makes sense. Windy would have been your MVP. So yeah, every time we're going to have an MVP, it is going to be from the team that got the chicken dinner. But our unofficial MVP is from Afterlife. It is Windy with the MG3 push onto the eastern side. And actually, I think they played that fight to the east beautifully, in my opinion, Jackie. They had a big clash happening. There was Avalanche clashing versus another team. And they just wait for that fight to kind of be fully initiated. And then they just crash into the smokes onto the wall, making it really hard to hit the shots as they are crashing onto that building. And again, easy squad wipe. Sure, they don't keep all the players alive, but they had to go for a desperate push eventually. And you know what? That is a decent win for a fight that was not 100% to go their way. So really excited to see if Afterlife can keep the ball rolling in the next matches to come.
Yeah, it'd be good to see if they can actually sort of, use this one like a bit of a stepping stone. As we were saying, right, it's an important time to do it. Prior, I think it would have been Goat Squad that we were sort of giving the extra leg up to, but Afterlife certainly showing that they're bringing the thunder right here, right now, and living up to what we saw previously back in the Club Open. So good to see them flying the flag high in terms of their performance in Match 3. You can see their overall takeaway from that one due to the large stock of elims they got, actually besting out Destine to Rise with the points accrued off the back of that match. So that's a blessing for them.
It is indeed. Looking at the second page of the rankings, some teams are not going to be able to get the early eliminations. AMIX didn't get a single point because Aurora were not dropping in Military Island. That's why. Next time, though, they should be coming around, so maybe they'll be able to take the hot drop once again for themselves. And Mad Esports, unfortunately, sure, coming back from that break, but meeting a very early end in that game. Looking at the overall rankings, though, Vicious still looking strong at the top of the leaderboard, but it is not going to be too big of a gap here. It's only a 2-point difference between themselves and Champions that, by the way, have yet to secure a single chicken dinner. So far, Champions looking good on the average placements.
Yeah, they've just been taking fights, and that's kind of, the big one that's worked nicely for them. Not only are they being able to at least survive, even if it's not always a guaranteed sort of a big W on the end of the fishing line, they are at least winning their duels and keeping their heads clean for a good majority of the game. So working out very well. The fact that's only 2 points of difference between them and the top dogs right now in Vicious is a very good feat. You can see towards our lower echelons how things are moving. A little bit of a climb there for DG77 as they will go up by 3 placements off the back of that game. But again, a lot of that does come down to the fact that we're getting different squads that are playing each time. So towards the bottom end, it's a little bit of sort of infighting, very slight movements, baby steps down there. But with only 2 games left to go, Max, you're going to want to do more than just a small shuffle. You'll need a big leap.
I want to see a big leap from 27 plus. They've played 3 games so far, so meaning they've only got 1 more game to remain for the rest of the calibration stage, and it's definitely not consistent. We haven't seen them in these very late game scenarios very often today, so that's something that maybe you want to try and work on before heading into the actual league stage, where points do matter for these squads and these players. But yeah, it's a slow start again. I'm loving to see the kind of mindset of some of these squads. Like TT Project, I love how respectful they are of this lobby. Sometimes I would say even Jackie maybe too respectful at moments. I would like to see them just show presence and try and just bully teams out of position. But it is getting them to the late game time and time and time again. So you know what? For that alone, TT Project are looking like a solid contender here moving forward in the rest of this PMGO EECA season.
Yeah, I think that is actually a good takeaway to look at it from objective lore. It does seem like they are actually playing it just like a scrim, right? Where they're kind of just thinking about it more from the mechanical side. They're not really too bothered about sort of dominating the lobby or doing anything flashy. They're just playing for their own games in terms of, right, let's make sure all the mechanics are clean. Deny as many points as we can, play smart, don't overindulge. And for what it's worth, I mean, you know, as much as you're not top of the lobby right now, it still looks pretty calm, pretty collected. So if that's the baseline we're working with, if they then start to show another level on top of that into tomorrow's games, could be good stock for a Max.
Yeah, because I genuinely feel like this is the kind of playstyle they're going to have in the next stages of this tournament. So if it works here and they can even build upon that strong basis, who knows, maybe they'll be looking to go the entire way here in this PMGO EECA season.
We'll find out. More to come here. 2 games left to go, so join us after the break as we see how it goes.
Start the wall!
Bro, want to buy an account? Check it out. Conqueror tier, firearm finishes, and outfits are all available.
Nice account. I'll buy one. I'll go get the money first. Stay here. I'll be right back. All right, got the account. See ya.
Damn it, I've been scammed.
Buying an account might not get you the account, but you'll still lose your money.
You might not receive payment for selling your account, but you'll still lose your account.
And when PUBG Mobile approached me about being the voice architect for the Centaur, I knew this would be something very special. Now, I'm bringing two souls to life through Helios. One legend, two faces. Feel the epic. Stay tuned.
Start the war!
Regaining control of the PUBG Mobile Esports mothership. We're flying in, Max. We're like captains or drivers, whichever one. Take your pick. And we have been piloting our way through the ship so far. Been some good games up to this point, mate. 2 left to go, though, Max.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, Jackie, can you forget about all the dumb stuff I said back in Eastern Europe? You know, you don't have to remember. You got too good a memory for your own good right now. Okay, it's not working out. But yes, 2 more games to come this time around. And actually, I do have an update on who's going to be out for this game. Teams are going to be exiting the battlegrounds are going to be KZ Esports, GOAT Team, Avalanche Team, and AMIX. So no hot drop, it seems, this time. Military Island, which is unfortunate. The last game it should happen, though, so a good way to end it with a last good hurrah of the calibration stage.
Go out with a bang. That could be fun if we get the rematch. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. That's probably the time to do it as well. If you want to kind of rub salt into the wound and think, you know what? Whatever. Let's just see how it goes, you know? It could be a treat. Always a treat, though, of course, if you get to do a bit of PUBG Mobile gaming on your Infinix GT50 Pro, as that's where you're going to be playing your best. Isn't that right, Max?
Exactly. I still have my 20 Pro. I need to upgrade. No? Infinix, please reach out. To be honest, a few years ago, I had in like a PMWC box and everything. It was such a great unboxing experience. Me and Jason got one.
Hey, I remember. I was very jealous. I remember seeing it. It was a beautiful box it came in. It was a powerful phone. Hell yeah.
But now we got the 15. No, over 2 times more powerful. We increasing the number. Bigger number equal more powerful. That's how it goes for the Infinix devices and all the players playing at it right now in their hotel, which, by the way, the event will be turning into a LAN on the finals. So everyone's going to be in a proper environment. It's going to be so fun to see how the finals go down for these players. But, of course, you need to be in the 16 teams to make it to that stage. And right now, with these 20 teams, you know what? It shouldn't be too hard to make it to top 16, right, to make it to the finals. But, this lobby is so stacked that even then I don't want to say goodbye to 4 teams because everyone is looking just so solid in these matches so far.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to call, I think, especially once we sort of get the true sort of flavour of all of these teams. Oh, all right. What do we think about this one, Max? Bit of a different starting circle.
Yeah, I was looking also at Cyrex. He was trying to get some eliminations with the pistol. We saw a player coming on down with a parachute, a little bit of a later rotation. We got another eco round here, it seems. Pistols in hand for a lot of these players. It's going to be the side of Mad Esports. Crossbow again. Did someone delete the loot on the map? There's no way we're down to crossbows and knives again like we had earlier between the likes of AMIX and Aurora on military. And this time, yet getting pushed up. Getting absolutely wrecked. And DG77. Again, the exact same position, right? And if I'm not mistaken, the exact same team get a 4-0 squad wipe. So that's a team you don't want to test early game because they're looking way too strong.
Yeah, they know their way around the scrappy, the scrappy drops, mate. Find themselves a couple of tools, a brick, a pan, you know, they'll still be winning their duels. It doesn't matter what you give them. So, hey, the low-quality firearms work out well for DG77, and they walk away with a nice start on this one. Good sign of life. Hopefully that'll give them a bit of stock as well. We were saying, you know, they were kind of limping upwards. This could be a nice game for them to jump up a little bit and show us what they're made of.
Though I'm being nice now. This is nice Max, man.
Oh, nice Max.
Where I'm like, yeah, nice Max. It's rare. It does happen from time to time. I swear, if I see a hot drop for what I'm going to call that trash location between those 2 teams in the league stage, I'm going to lose it. If you're going to hot drop for a fight and go for an ego clash, go for a good spot like, I don't know, Pachinki, Military, Yaznai, I don't care. But Western Farm Compound? It's terrible. It's not worth it at that point to go for a clash on that particular position. Unless you have history there. I don't know. You used to play with your mates back in the day, you know. Maybe, but Come on. It's such a weird hot drop down. At least saw the loot. They were down to an eco round. They just had pistols and weird guns and even crossbows. So, yeah, if it happens, Evil Maxman will be back in full swing. So be ready.
God, okay. You don't want that. You don't want Professor Max to come out with a ruler. So hopefully they'll learn their lesson, Max, and they'll keep good Max in their good books. Yeah,
Hopefully.
not what you want, you know? I mean, at the end of the day, mate, people do love farms. They're good, you know? Especially if it's a petting zoo. Is a petting zoo a farm? Maybe.
I mean, there are
I
horses
suppose
around there.
Yeah,
So-
see, that's what I'm saying. We could workshop this. There's something we could do. Maxman's farm, maybe. We could get you on a ranch. You could talk about the drop spot.
We should get them on an interview and say, why do you guys drop there? And they're like, oh, because of the horses. It's like, hey, no up, yep, okay.
I mean, yeah, fair play. Honestly, if they said that, I think we would both just be in agreement immediately. It makes sense.
Yeah. All sins forgiven, yeah.
Yeah.
Commit again. Actually, you know what? While we're on what grinds my gears in particular, as we might have a DG77 clash with a D2R, what grinds your gears in eSport? What is it you hate beyond anything, Jackie, that teams do sometimes in game? Just like, why? I kind of want to know why.
I always find it more outside of the server. I'll be honest. It's something that's always plagued me my entire career. It's always baffled me when it's like you turn up to an event, you've left your in-ears, you've not charged your phone, you've not brought something. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing, buddy? Like, come on. I had it before, Max. I remember different esports. Obviously, I was playing with keyboard and mice, but I had a player who had 7. That's no word of a lie. 7 mice. However, not one of these 7 mice were charged before the official went live. So we had to wait about an hour and a half whilst he tried to decide which one of the mice to use and then charge it and get it to connect.
What?
Hour
that was
of
a
a
pro
delay.
player?
Yeah,
That's pro?
yeah.
Oh,
that was
okay.
that was indeed, yeah.
That's not pro-like behavior.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, charge your mouse, homie. Charge your phone. Come on.
If you come in this and you don't charge your Infinix device going into a PMGO EECA, like, what are you up to? But they do have chargers, they have fans,
mate,
they got the whole shebang, so...
That's what I'm thinking, especially, you know, it's a lot more limited, right? Where at least it seems that we run a pretty tight ship for the most part, especially at Globals. Everyone's plugged in. They got the cooler on the go, so that bad boy don't get hot whatsoever. Sometimes they got the nice little finger sleeves as well, so they ain't, you know, struggling under the sweat of competition.
Now they've all got a great setup here. I saw they got some their tables in the hotel. They're all gaming, all surrounded by their teammates. But yeah, you know what? I still got my thumb sleeves from Hot Juice. He just came out with an absolute bucket of his thumb sleeves. So you know what? The players definitely try and use them when they can.
Yeah, I still find them in every bag I own.
I put them in a fruit
reminded.
bowl, and I still find them under a banana or something sometimes. Like, well, it's there. Okay.
Oh, mate. I love that. You reach in for like an orange. You're like, oh, I could really go for a bit of fruit. Oh, Hot Jukes. All right, nice. You know?
Oh, good man. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
refreshing.
always up to?
Yeah.
Refreshing
good.
thumb sleeves.
Yeah. Have a nibble on that. Fibrous.
Oh, some good quality fabric right there. We're talking about actually good quality spots. That was not where Ked found himself in, as he is going to be found out by 27 plus. He's slowly but surely going to bleed out, so there's just going to be, unfortunately, Ked out very early on in this match. And you can see Tapak has gone the M1 Garand with the 8x scope, so definitely a great loadout. Again, very unforgiving DMR compared to your Mini 14, your SLRs, your SKSs, where you have a lot more shots. Here, you have single digits on your ammo count, so when you take shots, you've got to be very precise, on the money. Otherwise, that weapon just becomes absolute trash. It's a very double-edged sword for that weapon. It all can be great, or it can be terrible in the hands of the wrong player.
Yeah, feast or famine, I would imagine,
Yes.
right? That's kind of that's the classic. Which in reality, if you do have the option, you probably want to go for more of a middle ground. Neither the feast or the famine are great. Just a nibble. Yeah, just a nibble for me, please. No more, no less. That's what I'd be happy with. Ooh, for Reefus, though, that's going to be a big old bite. Only a spoonful, but still a nice bit of damage. Gets the opening knock there. So we have lost one man from Destine to arise early. They should be able to get him back up if he can find his way to safety. Problem is, kind of a bit of wall blocking him there. So Bets can't really get into a spot to grab him. You'd have to find your way back through with the smoke, maybe. Limited space. You can dive out through the window, try go for the pickup, and then you're exposing yourself as sacrifice. So this is really the worst place he could have been knocked.
Yeah, definitely not a good position on the balcony. He can crawl his way to the door. There you go. Go and pin it for your teammate. Very nicely done. As Westron, oh, 6 shots from a distance. That's what, about 200 meters away, 250 meters away. So very precise AR control. But there you go. The loot truck just passing by. Just a spectator in this fight. Not really looking to be fully involved. As Top does have the Mini 14, so they're looking to take the engage. And they're not quite certain, so they will have to move out in some way, shape, or form. Is it going to be the aggro or passive approach? That one we shall wait and see. Looking to get deep in the circle, though. Next to shelter position is going to be Star Soldier's Epic. Alicia, our back-to-back Western Europe MVP back in the day, looking to claim that compound for himself and his squad mates, which right now should be done relatively easily. But Motion sending some players on top of this hill, and really good defense from 27 Plus that haven't had some great games so far today. Jackie, as I mentioned earlier, looking at the leaderboards, we need to see an increase in those points if we want to be hopeful in what they can bring in these matches in the league stage.
100%, man. It felt like they had a good start going into a flow of things towards the very beginning of the day, but just haven't been able to hit the same sort of momentum and get themselves into great spots. So you would like to see a bit more confidence bustling back over towards their side. Goodbye to MTN early as they are removed from the equation. Limited success on the day. They had that one game. Other than that, been a bit quiet from them. ARCRED here fighting inside of the forest as the tree line gets a bit aggressive. That's 777 that they're up against. Nades being thrown up and simultaneously down the hill at one another. Let's see if Star can make a move on it. He's kept his nose clean so far, but a lot of targets all around. Their eyes are going to light up, and Aurora are waiting to see if they can snatch away some points on a third party here as well.
Should be pretty free. They have access to the high ground position. 777 completely erect in this position. It seems Aurora just able to get some few cheeky shots from a distance. Top though, a little bit too far with his teammates, and maybe want to try and regroup, tighten up your defenses. 777 indeed still continuously falling apart. That's going to be pretty hard res. The thing is also this ridge is strong when teams are far away from you. When they get close, it's just nade city. You're asking to get naded. And right now we look at Aurora. They're pulling up with a car. They got a 2-on-1 split. 2 players to the east in Reefus and Doc. Well, with 2 other players making it inside the building. It's risky, but it works out. Aurora dominate with the CQC fight. And will be taking home already a few limbs to their name.
There we go. This is better signs of life early on from Aurora then. Straight into the action. Paint the town red thus far. What more can they get out of it, though? That's the question. Be able to restock, resupply, and reset their focus, potentially on the getaway maneuver from ARC. But they've already carved enough space that they should be safe from this distance for now. Still a couple of other squads in close proximity that they might end up running into, though. Could be a bit of an open sight line as they head down the hill. Try and get themselves into a compound, at least fix themselves up off the back of that encounter, as they did take a ton of damage from it. So see what they can do to recover. Meanwhile, after Aurora have got themselves looted and booted, they can start to get another lay of the land and see who's around before they roll out. They've got vehicles to play with, so they'll be feeling pretty content right now.
This circle's giving me a bit of deja vu. we had this literally just a few games ago. A shelter finish. It went the way of, it was vicious, but as you can see on the leaderboards, they're already eliminated. So no back-to-back chicken din on shelter for this team. Maybe this means we could have a good presence from, actually I was going to say Ozrox. They are playing this game Ozrox, so maybe they can somewhat redeem themselves after that poor performance over here last time around. As Fleekate all clashing with the side of 27 plus, and it's not looking too good for 27. Aslam always one of the players to get eliminated very early for this squad. I would love to see him survive a bit deeper in these matches, but it seems like this time is just not meant to be. As yet, that's going to be also Ruzin. And when Ruzin's out for the counter here, Jackie, you know the team just won't be able to survive because this guy is like the leading force of this squad. And here, it won't be enough. Sent to an early grave once more and only have, what is that, 12 points total this tournament. It is not looking too good for this team.
Yeah, dude, it's really uncomfortable for them. Like you say, the glue for the roster going down and the rest of it all falls to pieces. So, again, another game where we're setting up the idea of you don't have much left for the day. It is literally this game and the final game of the day with already a good majority played out. And, again, they rear their heads but don't find anything from it. So, most likely a bottom-end finish for them overall in the standings. I mean, they're kind of leaving it up to fate in terms of which group they get reshuffled into when we go into day one. It's probably not great for the confidence, not great for the limit test early, but maybe they can reset when we get into the real flow of competition. For now, we'll stay with TT as you get this establishing shot of their fight on the move up towards Meta. Nades being thrown in. Ooh, lucky that one didn't land right on the knees there, just shallow on the bounce around the corner. TT, we've been saying that it's a lot of just consistent play from them. It's looked like it has been a bit of a scrim day. They haven't been over-investing. They've not been going for anything crazy. They've just been playing some smart PUBG Mobile. So let's see what they bring to the table here.
They don't want to take unnecessary risks, right? You can see even the way they're taking this fight onto METACORE is just so safe. They're really not giving up any opportunity for chance to be a part of the equation. As they find an extra one with the Tiger, looking to just now push up their way around the Wizard Tower, and this should be a good, easy elimination to secure on a squad wipe, hopefully, if things go right. You know what, something as a solo though for Effie's a little bit risky, I would say. Maybe you want to wait for your teammates, and there you go now, they're all here, looking to overwhelm, just pre-fire this door frame, and get their 7th elimination of the game. So you know what, for a team that I said earlier, right, Jackie, it tends to be a little bit more passive. This time, they switched it up to 11. 7 elims already in this game, and we're just in, what is that, phase number, we're going 4 to 5, I believe? They are ramping things up significantly.
Yeah, they've put the throttle down straight away. Star Soldiers getting aggro here as well. Oh, the fight down ramp towards Shelter, and it is hellish. Shots down range, everyone trapped in an awkward choke point. They're going to try and close out on close quarters as Corp turns the corner with the DBS, fires off a few warning barks with the gun, but can't actually connect to be able to flush this one back out. It gets a bit more uncomfortable. Did he get that through? Oh yeah. Mate.
He gets eliminated. No one wins. SSC don't win. Ozrox don't win. Alicia was just looking at that nade trying to escape and jump over the front of his car. What the hell was that? By the way, how did Alicio, Jackie, not get knocked as he was spraying down 2 players down in Shelter? He was just peeking, spraying for the... I think he sprayed his entire clip almost in his AR, and he's just like, yeah, I can take them. 1v2, easy peasy, and he does get those 2 knocks off the back of that, so... That was a weird one, and unfortunately for Ozrox, in this case, they won't be able to redeem that previous Shelter game. They just won't able to snatch away for themselves. It's now head on over the way of TT Project. Down to now, just a duo. It's Effect with 3 eliminations. Can he make it 4? Apparently not. With Ife's going on down, Effect just trying to leave with the 2-seater, surviving in the shadows of this game. Unfortunately, losing 2 players was just not going to make it easy for them to defend that compound.
Yeah, it's all got a little bit chaotic now. Ooh, scattering on the drive-by like ships in the night. They see each other, but Effect knows he's damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't. So just tries to keep driving for now. Shots up into the backside. Atomic going to be hit heavy as well as TGM do turn their attention round towards him. Champion Esports up close and personal. Still trying to see what they can do from this one. Kino with a reposition. It's back onto Retro. Demo going in through the building. Oh, the shot's off target. And they turn and burn. And this is very costly. Heavy casualties for every fight we're seeing here, Max. Like you said before, feels like in a good majority of these encounters, no one's winning. It's coming down to a solo that barely limps out off the back of the duels.
It's just a nade, a Molotov able to find whoever's just surviving at the end of that fight. The few stragglers get eliminated by that last-second utility. Champions. The P90, though, it worked out earlier for Ked from Motion. Got the 1v2 against 2 players of Vicious. Can we see Fearless do something similar? Confirms it. Down to half of the clip of the P90. Gotta make sure we fully reload that bad boy. As he makes it into the building with his teammate. There's a 1v3 currently. This should look pretty easy for them to execute, but pushing up the door frame might not be too easy. He's got Molotov 2 to really just slow down the push. You see the Molotovs. We need to see some Molotovs and nades raining upstairs, and they do that indeed as he drops them down with the UMP, finds one player, maybe looking for the double. He's almost able to flush it out, but D2R flush it out themselves to actually find that elimination, and that is going to be the side of Champions able to reclaim their fallen comrade and back up as a trio.
And for what it's worth, I mean, Champions have have basically been consistent in terms of late placements and elims, but never really being the actual bride, right? Always the bridesmaid, never getting the chicken dinners themselves. So if they can still reset and recalibrate off the supplies they've got around this building, maybe another game where they can cook slowly towards a better finish of things. We'll see. We'll keep with the storyline for now. Effect is still alive. Last time we had him on our screens, of course, he was being gatted at from the backside as he drove by in his vehicle, trying to keep himself alive in the meantime. Aurora also gets sight lines over the top towards D2R here. Destined to rise, but potentially going to be falling if they rear their head again. They've got to keep themselves out of trouble now, as they know this angle's been compromised. Effects found himself a bit of cover as well, tucks in behind that rock with a low blow relatively close by, so everyone breathing down each other's necks here.
Effect trying to pull a bet from earlier when we had a circle around here, right? Maybe trying to get some cheeky nades or off angles off that position. I've seen actually some players. I saw Erangel Courier, this was last year, a long time ago, where actually some of their players were able to get a top 2 off the back of that shed alone. So if the circle's not too mean, you know, maybe we could be looking at a podium finish for TT Project once again. Aurora, relatively silent in this game, except for that third party next to Lumberyard. And you know what? When you know that Aurora have 4 players alive and you're reaching phase 5, 6, or 7, you're in for a good time. The Mongolian Super Squad looking to exert absolute pressure and dominance on this lobby, but some of their players are not in zone. Doc trying to gather some intel. And you know what? I got to give some respect to Doc in particular here, Jackie. He's not been splitting away from his teammates too much. He's been playing with his squad. The docketing is not happening. What year is this? This doesn't feel like Doc. What's going on?
I know. It's
He's
reserved.
with the team. Whoa.
Yeah. He's playing calm. He's docked down. He's not docking out. That's what you get. That's what you get in the early calibration games, mate. Low power dock, and then he turns it back on. Imagine, he'll be going full Rumba mode, pathing out across the entire map once we get into the real games.
That's it. When you least expect it, that's when Doc's going to be just 500 meters away from his teammate in the last few circles. Just like, where is he? He's just disappeared. Hopefully not. You know what? Hey, maybe he can claim another global MVP award. He did it last year in PMGO and PMWC back-to-back. Maybe he can get another one this year. As top with a Mini 14. Still not playing with the M1 Garand. Seemed like he's played a bit in PMNC Mongolia. I saw it. Maybe he just thinks the Mini 14 is just a better option because, again, the ammo count is way higher. You got 30, can just keep spraying these bullets, raining it down on your competition. So I think purely because of the ammo count, Top has definitely found his favorite DMR. That is still the Mini 14 as of right now. They're in zone. They got a good little high ground position to work with. Looking at the western side, it's going to be champions. They still got 3 players up and running about, and they do have cars, if I'm not mistaken, in this position. So if they do have to leave, this shouldn't be too hard of a transition for them to execute.
Let's see if he hits a blinder here. Always very tasty with a weapon in his hands. And yeah, it does feel like a lot of it has just been the sort of way he's been playing around the gun as well, where he loves to just go for those little scouting plays. Couple tap shots, see if he can bait you out. Constantly keeps the pressure on, makes it a lot more uncomfortable. So I suppose, like you say, having the extra reserve ammo to play with so he can just spam away with a large mag does make his life a little bit easier for the harassment. Champions on the wrap round the back. Getting a bit of a read. I mean, you got the card to play with. You might as well push your luck somewhat and see what you can find from it. ARCRED down in the depths. Ooh. You get past the front line, but they find you eventually. In that actual fight, Fleek is able to get the adjustment shot off back onto Darling. Can he do too much more, though? Oh, a second man hit heavy. They were looking to rack up the bodies on the elim count, but destined to rise, survive.
I mean, Aurora Gaming was so quick on that pivot. They hear the fight happening in the depth, right, of this shelter location, and they just send it. With all the players making it here, taking control. Doc got to be a little bit careful, though. Split away from some of his teammates, but that shouldn't be too hard of a res. Top hopefully can make it back, eliminate Fearless, and get the res on his teammate. Fearless with the peak over the ridge. Going to get almost punished by Top with the AUG. As now, there you go. The cavalry joins the fray. Fearless in a 1v2. And as we see that happening, there's going to be Ziola getting knocked on down by Fearless. The guy's crazy, but it's just not meant to be. As Aurora looking strong, remaining as a full squad, and C1 losing an extra one of their teammates.
Yeah, on top by name, on top by nature right now for the squad. Zadira lucky to still be breathing on the getaway maneuver, but the response back from Destine to Rise. They've risen themselves up from the depths below and put the pressure straight on Aurora and might be shutting down this Borealis of a team, as it seems like the sun is shining against them right now. I mean, they've got to pull the punch somewhat, slow it down, get the pickup play back on bets, and then play off the smoke they put up from themselves. See if they can get shots down range. Good reposition again, constantly making it uncomfortable, but Zadira's there in the rear, and the shots connect, even flushing through onto some of the weakened members. So this is getting way, way worse now in this head-to-head fight that looked like it should have been good for Destine to Rise.
Destine to Rise are playing 4D chess. The fact they chose the southern exit of Shelter is so smart. I want to talk about that later on because I don't think we're going to have a lot of time to do it right now. But they completely outsmarted all of Aurora Gaming. So definitely got to throw my flowers here to Destine to Rise. Then over to Champions Esports. Kino with the S12K loadout. Able to get himself that nice extra limb. Up to 4 so far for the entire squad. Now back to the business. It's going to be Shelter overtaken by Destine to Rise. Sure, it's only a duo, but Aurora do fall eventually. And now 4 teams remain in this game claiming this chicken dinner. Who will be the one to stand to at the end? We do have DG77, Afterlife. Effect still alive in this case, right, Jackie? And the duo of D2R.
Yeah, difference in the firepower between the squads. Will that solo of TT be able to leave the rest of the squads down in the dumps and crying as the game goes on? Or will it be a different flavour? Room maybe for DG77 to steal themselves away their first victory. Could be another one on the chopping block for Destine to Rise. Or Afterlife maybe finding some big stock in a game like this. Slow and Steady wins the race so far though. No one wanted to overcommit and throw their lives away. Playing a very slow setup on it thus far.
Effect is being given such a strong spot. He's dead center. Shelter's not going to be in circle for much longer. Phase 8 should be looking really good for Effect. DG77's Adira, Freezer trying to snake their way in. But one thing that kind of redeems it for D2R is they do have one car. So if they want to do a Hail Mary send, possibly even to the west, they could send it on the previous buildings, right, of Champions. They could. As Darling in his car, making it forward, and it seems like he's going to send it right onto Effect. He's in nade range, but look at Effect. He's also got the nade cooking up in his hand. That's going to be a trade, a little bit of game of tennis. The nade going a little bit too wide for Effect, but able to tank that incoming piece of utility of Darling. This smoke, literally saving the life of Effect for right now.
Oh, mate. Barely breathing. Nades in the back, Darling. Just trying to get one of these directly on target to remove him from the equation. That one's going to hit, but he's still got some HP left. Just looking for an opportunity to swoop in and snatch Effect out of combat here. You see, I have that little bit of cover to work with. Still a couple of smokes in reserve as well. 4 to work with. Throws down another one to give himself a little bit of space. Darling just looking for the edge round the corner. Priming the nade. He's got the cook on it. Shot at his feet. Knows he's going to reply. That nade goes in. It's good instant connection with the rifle. And the AUG does knock him. And you fragmented this team now. Made it a whole lot more awkward. Left them in a bit of a split. Especially if he gets the flush as well. He's trying to bait out his teammate. As the vehicle can try and go for the wrap down the hill and see if he can do anything to actually assist him here. He's going to close the distance on it. Shots are good. So low. Effect. The solo madman making this one look monstrous, and he does pick up the pieces. Good to force himself one more leg up in the standings before he goes down. But that's the end of his story. And it throws us over to the final chapter between Afterlife and DG77. Zadira, solo hero or bust. That's what we've got left to work with. Nade on target. And Ravo will finish things. That's the chicken dinner being secured as they lock that one down in the end. It was close, it was uncomfortable, but it will be Afterlife locking it down with a chicken dinner here.
Yeah, able to successfully leave a museum for themselves and able to just get so much presence at the late game to get those 4 eliminations. It's a low elimination chicken dinner, right? But they didn't really have to claim too many engages to get the museum position under control. So very good presence from Afterlife. There is a team, right, Jackie? That looking back at PMNC Eastern Europe, were a team that completely subverted our expectations, eclipsing teams again like your major prides, like your Virtus Pros. And we were like wondering, can they do something similar on the bigger international stage of PMGO Eastern Europe, Central Asia? And you know what? So far on day one, the answer to that question is yes. But can they do it when the points actually matter, right, in the actual league stage? That is going to be the big question. But really happy about this game. Again, it was a slow but steady match, and sometimes that is what you need if you want to take home those chicken dinners.
Yeah, bro. I mean, easing into it, taking their time where they need it. They're not rushing things, but they are being able to find their form towards the tail end of the day, and it's good to see. Again, sort of playing the more passive game when it benefits them as well. We saw a lot of effect there, basically carving out the numbers in his head-to-head versus D2R, but that's a different story. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights from this one, of course.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the replay, so I really want to go over D2R in particular. The fact they went for the southern exit of Shelter, you can see it looking at the map, and they didn't go for the 2 northern ones, was so smart, because if you are Aurora in that situation, you expect that team that's in Shelter to go to the exits closest to the circle, right? That's your normal kind of expectation. But no, they went back out into, well, outside of the circle, almost in blue, and the off angle was just not locked down for Aurora. So that was, again, 10,000 IQ play from D2R. I'm really excited to see if we can witness more games like that from them, but that was just able to outsmart a team like Aurora. It takes a lot, and it worked out beautifully this time around.
Yeah, wonderful to see. It was a good play. Good heads-up calls as well. Thriving in the chaos, even when they were down in the depths, when they were getting crunched on against ARCRED, they were able to show their level of lethality. So some big moments. Shout out, of course, to our winning team there again as well in Afterlife with how they played. This is the overall match summary in terms of what we were witnessing. So another matchup where we're seeing a lot of big picks from distance. Quite a long-range elim on that one. A lot lower on the nade elims, though, Max. Not needed. Not needed. All about the rifles, it seems, today.
Yeah, and actually, because of that, I kind of want to highlight something very important. The airdrop count looted is 2. And I can tell you this game, we've seen way more airdrop weapons, meaning the loot truck meta is real. I'm not joking. Like, how many times, Jackie, today have we seen an MG3 in play in the later circles? Have we seen a P90 in play in these later circles? It's not because of the airdrops. It is because of the loot trucks. And it seems like teams are putting a big emphasis around this new esports feature that right now has been carrying some teams just so much further in these games, because these weapons are just so broken right now, especially the P90 and MG3 that, again, eclipse anyone if you have to take those fights.
No, it's very true. It's been sort of the backbone of a lot of these plays. I mean, hell, Windy was making great work with the weapon previously as well. We've seen moments where it's coming down to clutches, where those airdrop guns really do give you the extra stock you need, where you've got to respect those players that have been able to get these weapons. And as we've seen, it does feel like everyone is a lot quicker to unload, synchronize fire on the loot trucks when they see them, if they have a chance to. It's kind of what you were advocating for, you know, a while back, right? A couple of weeks ago. We're seeing it come to fruition here, and kind of putting proof into pudding there. Although it's recalibration games today, if this is something we're seeing when we get fully into the flow of things, could be a big element to have a look at. Let's have a look at our breakdown of top players as well, therefore match 4, as we can assess who's doing the best. Zadira again popping off, had some good moments. Betts has been up there pretty consistently today as well, so good to see him remaining on top. D2R definitely bringing the thunder today, Max.
Yeah, it's really fun, especially because all the players are from different teams, so it's good to see a kind of different spread of players stepping up to the plate as we look at our match rankings. And yeah, 15 points taken away of DG77, but it is going to be tied also thanks to those 10 eliminations of TT Project. As showed so far, I would say today, Jackie, the most amount of depth to their gameplay. They've showed respectful, slow early game stages where they just play around their positions and try and bully the lobby into submission to get what could have been free chicken dinners, right? It didn't end up being the case in Rozhok, but it was almost going the entire way. And in this game, they turned it up to 11, just like, okay, we're going full fragging mode, and it was just beautiful fight after fight after fight. And they're a team that, for me, has showed the most amount of potential so far, more than anyone else in this lobby, and that's despite not having a chicken dinner yet going their way.
No, 100%, man. It's been good to see. It's been good to see that rise back up. Meteoric in some situations. We can have a look at our overall rankings as well, of course, and see if there's much of a shift. And there certainly is. Wow, look at that towards the top end. Right, obviously, because we're rotating teams in and out with the different squads from our different groups over the course of today, there's more room to leapfrog your opponents. And you can see, surprisingly, Afterlife all the way at the top there, tied in first place, but the added benefit they've got is that spice on top, the chicken dinner. I mean, they win out on the tiebreaker right now over TT, Max.
Yeah, I am wondering, I don't think this is the case, but what if some teams are trying to have some very specific results because they're targeting a special group? Like, if you have a group that's low on the alphabet, technically it's an easier group because you're not dealing with the first, second, third place, right, of Calibration. Again, I'm really pushing it to its limit here. Is anyone really doing that? I don't think so, but maybe some teams just really trying to peek into the future and make their life easier for the actual league stage itself as you go to the second half of the leaderboards. And yeah, Aurora down there. Again, it's start of a tournament, guys. If you think this is looking bad for them, don't you worry. These guys will come back in strides in the actual league stage.
It's interesting, though. You're right. It's depending on how that works with the reshuffle. If you're sort of like first seed and you imagine you'd be paired up with bottom seed in the overall flow of the rankings, there is a chance then we could get some rematches actually from the Club Open in terms of even having a timeline here where if GOAT team really, are still in sort of 8th position they're in, we could have them in a matchup with one of our squads we had previously, be it either AMIX or, of course, the side of Afterlife. So that could be a fun little storyline. We'll see, mate, depending on how the breakdown goes, as there is obviously only one game left. We'll have more of an understanding and then see those updated groups when we come in tomorrow. But yeah, a lot of twists in the narratives, Max, depending on the seeding.
Yeah, actually, if you are, I'm going to use the example of Aurora. If you don't want, oh no, actually, maybe not. Let's use them. Let's use the two teams dropping in Western Farm, right? If you don't want to have to deal with that, maybe you can try and put it so that depending on the seeding format, I believe it's going to be a snake formatting for the seeding. You just try and not put yourself in the same group as them, so that hopefully sometimes you're going to have some free farm games. So that's something to keep in mind that could have an impact in this tournament. But again, is anyone really thinking that far ahead? I'm not sure, but we have some crazy good coaches, analysts, and IGLs in the background doing their homework, right? So maybe someone's being really, truly smart about it just to make their life a little bit easier moving forward in PMGO EECA.
Yeah, it's a minor detail, but there is a timeline where it could check out depending on how much control you have, right? But again, it's one of those where it's up to other teams. There's a lot of intricacies of what could go right or wrong in a game for it to actually work out with kind of a seeding like that. Best thing you can really do yourself logistically is obviously if you get top seed, you should have an easier group in terms of things, right? So that's kind of what we're imagining the flow will be, but you never really know, mate. You never really know. I suppose we'll find out off the back of this last game of the day that's coming up soon. It feels like it's blitzed by so far, Max.
Yeah, it's been really, really going by so quickly today. And, well, looking at the teams that will not be playing our next one, we're not going to have 27 plus esports. We're not going to have Destine to Rise, Generations of Miracle, and also METACORE. So those are 4 teams that are out for the count, and the other teams that were not playing before this, like AMIX, are back in the fray. So it's going to be very exciting to see Jackie, who will be taking home match number 5.
Let's find out if we get any hot drops or if it'll be a bit more normal. Join us for our last game of the day then in a couple moments' time.
Start the war!
Hey, Jackie and Max back on your screens as the battle rages on for Calibration Day 1. All about shuffling our groups following this then, Max, as there's only one last game to go.
Yeah, oh, we're getting him right in.
Straight in, straight in.
We have like time to theorize what's going to be happening. Are we going to have the AMIX Aurora hot drop? Are we going to have that weird one happening in farm? But who knows, right? We could be having some weird shenanigans happening this time around. But no, it's going to be a very then northern plane here to wrap up our calibration stage. And we'll see where teams are going to be sending it. No one in Yasnaya so far, it seems. So that's going to be also because of the group rotation. Again, quick reminder, the teams that are not playing this final game are going to be 27 plus Esports, Destined to Rise, Generation of MIRACL, and also METACORE. So those 4 teams are out for the count. And teams that are now rejoining us after a quick break are going to be KZ Esports, GOAT Team, Avalanche Team, and AMIX, which again, are we going to have something happening in military base? I don't think so, because it's a very northern plane right here, Jackie. So unfortunately, seems like the dreams of that clash happening once more is just not going to be the case here.
No, most likely not. Curious to see what we will get out of it, though, if there's any chance for some surprises on this one. If maybe AMX will still find an opportunity to throw a spanner in the works for any other teams early on. You can see Mad dropping around them, ARCRED as well, similarly right now. DG77 spreading out from the rest of the pack down towards farm side once again. They know what they like. But yeah, a little bit more calm. You do get Goats and Afterlife in the same lobby. Ooh, you mentioned Afterlife. Goodbye, Windy. Oof. Instantly been given both buddy barrels there. That's not what you want.
He avenged Windy, able to find himself a knock of their own with an AKM. Actually, big highlight for Windy. Sure, they get eliminated this game, but they were doing so good back in Eastern Europe, and I'm really happy to see them also being able to put up some good performances and fights over on the bigger scale of ABCE. Though, yeah, able to find reefers too, so Aurora really struggling here on this early hot drop, almost losing an extra player. Doc able to make it over, jumping forward to res up his teammate.
You know, the crazy timeline here, by the way, Max, is the fact that if Aurora go down right here, right now, and they bottom out 16th to 17th place, they would technically be in the group with the top-seeded teams anyway, right?
Oh, you're right.
Because depending on how that would work.
Maybe they want to lose points, so they go even lower, so they don't end up with
so the guarantee play in the top group.
Yeah.
That's a weird one, yeah.
Or maybe they're giving points right now to Afterlife because they're like, yeah, we can take them in their group. That's fine. We want to line it up properly.
Honestly, this is kind of the weirdest outcome of these two teams fighting because, yeah, it would almost further push them to have a top group seed and further push them down, which would result in them playing in statistically the harder group that would be the same teams. Interesting one, that, mate. We'll see. We'll see come tomorrow's reshuffle, I suppose.
Yeah, we've seen so many C4 in Hands of Zol. I'm not going to cook it up. No jingle just yet. But a lot of double pumps for some of these players. They've got no meds. They're so undiluted. But it's down to Zixi, sole survivor here of Afterlife. I believe Misha Yesh is going to get flushed out very soon. Oh, actually, that's not a bad hiding spot, yeah? If you don't want to be spotted out right away. Not too bad, not too bad. But Zixi left in a 1v3. Can we see Aurora win a hot drop today? Might be the one. Oh, a little bit too slow on the peak. Swapping on over to the S12K CQC as he sees Doc in the other room. He's got no utility, no grenades, no Molotovs. That would have been an easy knock otherwise onto Doc. Now they're looking to regroup it. He's only got a Thompson and a shotgun. Shotgun's looking good, but otherwise this is not looking great for the side of Afterlife. He is going to be fully engaged upon, making it down to the lower portion of his building. 2 bullets left in the chamber. 2 cartridges in the S12K. He has to reload. Does just that, but Refus is right on the money, and that's it. Afterlife sent to an early grave, and you know what? That means their first place position, Jackie, is up for the taking.
It is, and that massively jumps Aurora further up as well. Middle of the pack now from where they would have been bottom men.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that's
I was
actually
looking
a
so
big
low.
shift.
I was like, where are they? I was like, oh, they're out top. They're 11th.
Yeah, I think you were 17th place going into the game, and now you've jumped up to 11th just off the back of 4 points, which goes to show, I mean, 20 points is basically top 8 right now. That's kind of what we've been working with. So yeah, that's a hell of a leap just off of one squad wipe.
Not surprising, really, when you have technically 4 games played per team. You're not doing that 5, you have 4. So it's a very small sample size for these teams to work around. And this fight keeps happening. You see, even though the playing was not really a good setup for farm drops, we're still seeing DG77 versus Mad Esports. And yeah, Dakinov just going to be slowly but surely bleeding out behind that rock. Left to down now as a solo. And they know where that solo is located. It's Absolute. And he's going to be absolutely surrounded by the competition. I'm surprised they didn't hear the footsteps. As up here, we have another clash. So yeah, it seems like this playing path, Jackie, was not too kind to some of these teams, forced in an early clash on their early game rotations.
Yeah, everyone is just throwing fists right now. It's like a bare-knuckle brawl all across the battleground. Ooh, Havlik has been bonneted. That's not what you want. That is quite painful. I hope he's got car insurance off the back of that one. Anyway, Mad in position as they're going to get ran down from Zadira and Prepod, clearing up close towards the front ridge of the building. And dispatched very quickly. So our second squad exiting stage left there as they'll be picked off. So DG77 do climb up a little bit off the back of that one as well. That's going to move them up towards 6th place with those 4 points accrued. Very early defeat for AMIX. They get a taste of their own medicine, it seems.
Yeah, they're going to be unfortunately taken out very early on. No placement points or eliminations, I was going to say. Definitely not getting placement points at this point of the match. But I just find it interesting. Mad Esports got 4 points total. It might just be eliminations. I think actually it is purely off the back of eliminations. They got a good average of 1 point per game. Very satisfying indeed. Hopefully they won't do the same though going into the knockout stage coming up tomorrow. Ozarok's also gonna be a little bit cautious here. Eastern side of George Pole is gonna be Bad Boy first to fall, followed up maybe by his teammate of Blue. Over the AKM, maybe gets some good recoil control. Gets a back-to-back elimination actually here, Blue. Those knocks hopefully will be able to get secured early into actual elimination points. But here has to focus on his own first aid before recalling his teammates, and that is gonna be them also surrounded by not only the competition of Avalanche, but also by that's gonna be Vicious over to the east. There's no escape. Ozarok's also down to just Milaz.
This has been non-stop scraps so far. Scraps in terms of what teams are getting and scraps in terms of the hot drops, right? Yeah, it is a little bit of an awkward one, mate, for a lot of our teams here.
I swear, I'm going to start being a bit critical. I better not see whatever this is tomorrow. We already lost 4 teams. Ozarok is down to a solo. Again, I know this is pretty much scrims. I wish the teams were trying to play their actual strategies of what they would do in the tournament itself, because if this is what we're going to have in the tournament, Jackie, my analyst brain will just shut off because I will be incapable of telling you why this is happening. Genuinely, no idea.
They fight because they must fight.
Great analysis. That's what all you need, really. Because you want to. Oh.
I think that's basically where we're at right now. Yeah, it does seem like that's the way it goes. But yeah, I don't know, bro. Kind of an interesting one.
Like generally, normally, I love color casting. Usually, I'm on the desk. I love breaking down stuff. Here, I'm just like, I don't know. Why did they do that play? You know what? I have no idea. It's just very hard to break down. I hope chat understand where we're coming from, because like, there's some weird hot drops happening all over the place in Farm and Military Island. It's all over the place, and this time even in Severny. So teams, I feel like are just they're playing TDM in the BR mode. It's the best way I can put it, really.
This is the paper mache games. You're kind of just
arts and crafts.
Throwing. Yeah, it's like macaroni gameplay. You know, you're throwing your artistic talent at a medium, which is eliminations, and the vessel is recalibration. Now, what's happening here, Max, is effectively these games aren't a physical commodity as you'd normally expect. This is more of a mindset. Recalibration games, you know, they're more of kind of a state of mind. It's like a flow state. It's a culture. That's what we're seeing.
So basically, the calibration stage, guys, does not exist. Whatever you're watching right now, it's not real.
It's an idea.
Things. Yes,
it's
a
an
concept.
idea. Yeah. There you go.
We see this fight's happening. I'm like, why is this happening? They're just getting caught next to gas station. They lose Reefus on top. One of those went out early because of the hot drop in Severny. We'll see where they try and rotate around. Now you're going to have a fight in Southern Yasnaya Polyana Fields. It's going to be DG77. They're very efficient when it comes to these early fights, right? Eliminating Mad Esports twice in a row near farm. Now it's going to be them against 777. Definitely a bit of a tougher opponent to take down, as you do have experienced players like 6 and 3TN to take down, as actually so far it's looking really good for 777 as they're getting so many limbs. 3TN popping off so far with the S12K, and now going to put all of their focus on the sole survival pre-pop through the field. And I think all that amount of dodging and weaving is not going to be enough. He makes it behind a slight piece of terrain, but he's getting chased. 6 wants that point for himself.
Yeah, 7-6 on his tail.
Oh, he's going. Stop! Come back!
He's just gone, bro. All right. Well, he's driven off into tomorrow. Zadira will go down the end. The 777-6 there, finishing him off. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been a game so far.
I mean, you know, yeah. It's calibration, guys. Yeah.
It's just one of those, I suppose.
Oh, Western shift. Okay, so away from Yaz. At least we don't have another city finish like we had in Rozok, so at least something a bit different this time. But yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all the analysis you're going to have out of me today.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes,
yeah. Do you think...
No, I don't think.
After I said it, I was like, you know, you probably just leave it there. That's fine. I think, do you think is just an acceptable question at this point. So, yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't even know what you'd want to talk about at this point.
No,
It's just like the circle. We went to Yasnaya.
There was literally nothing. Yeah, there was literally nothing. I think the only thing my brain was able to muster is I was just going to say, do you reckon if you did something really good in Yasnaya, you could drop the Yasnaya? That's kind of what I was thinking, but I thought that's probably not a great conversation.
I mean, the calibration stage does not exist, so you can say whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
No, no one's going to remember. It's going to be fine. We'll come in tomorrow. We're going to go, day 1! Here we go.
Day 2, the real day 1, guys.
Yeah.
PMGO ECA. Aurora finding himself a little position in Wizard Tower, though he's going to be a little bit careful, because the thing is about this spot, it's very hard to hide your cars. If you have any off angle, they're just going to pop the wheels and then just it's going to really lock you in this position. So,
yeah.
But it is center circle, so they could get very far off the back of that. TT Project able to get himself an early knock for themselves, which is good. They're actually going to be their first elimination of the game. And if they get an extra point here, actually, Jackie, they would be currently in first place. So they would be in Group A for the knockout stage. So who knows? That could be giving you a little bit of an advantage because theoretically, as you said earlier, that would be the weakest group except for yourself, right? So that would give them a possibly slight advantage.
Yeah, I mean, technically, that's kind of the breakdown of how that should go, right? You would be in the group with it cumulatively, God, English is so awkward. Cumulatively, the lowest seeded teams outside of yourself based on the overall rankings. So where you would arguably want to end up, but obviously it's been a bit skew-if with some of the teams that maybe you'd even argue should be higher up the rankings, have underperformed or just not been able to get that many points out of it today. So it's all a bit topsy-turvy, but again, it is what it is. The only thing you can really do is put your best foot forward in games like this. It's just been a bit of a scrappy day for some of the teams. So we'll see. But yeah, for TT, man, maybe they can have a big finish here, guarantee themselves the first place. And again, that would actually bode well to what overall has been kind of the thing we were inadvertently singing their praises for. We were saying they're the team that are actually playing this the most like scrims. They're the team that have just been kind of consistent with it. They've not been over-egging anything they're going for, right? It's kind of just been consistent gameplay. And honestly, that has been working for them. They've been, you know, playing the basics really nicely. The mechanical games look good.
I mean, look at this, for example, really good, but he's even pushing his teammate to safety with a car. Really good engage from TT Project, flushing out all those points there. It should be easily rezzed back up, hopefully effect 2, because he's going to be in a bit of a tricky spot otherwise. But yeah, really good. The thing is, you even saw one of their players with a buggy going forward. He gets the information on the enemy team of a HC, and then he just does a little bit of a U-turn, waits for his teammate, and then he fully engages it, right? Otherwise, I feel like some teams would just be like, oh, send it, who cares? No, as you said, they are definitely playing, I would say, their entire strategy of how they're going to be approaching calibration. Oh, well, not calibration, then the actual league stage itself, right? So, yeah, this is giving me good glimpses of hope for what TT Project has to offer later on in PMGO EECA. As Aurora, back to their position, did leave the Wizard Tower, which does make sense, right? You don't really have your car, so you're going to have to just try and survive and become the bridge trolls, as they will be very close to SSC. The Corp, not sure how he got knocked out in that spot, but will be attempting to crawl his way back to his teammates, so hopefully get back up. As Vicious, they're going to have to move too. They're not in zone, and instantly Dorian going to get knocked on down. Ziol looking to wrap his way around too. So many fights around the water here, Jackie, it seems. But so far, Aurora successfully creating more space for themselves.
Yeah, taking some control where available. Narvalo getting shot back upon. Icy making moves. As Vicious are once again back on our screens. They had some great momentum earlier on in the day, but Koa getting hit heavy here as Kino from Champions will be able to get the adjustment off. That's Moxie as well going down. The Elim feed does not stop right now. It's on ×2 speed with the amount of Elims we're seeing come through all across the battleground. Everyone is taking casualties non-stop as Goat go down again with a nil-poir game. So another unfortunate running for them. Definitely going to be towards the lower echelon as we get into our recalibration of groups on their sides, which is uncharacteristic of the team that we saw them be back in the Club Open. So we'll see what they look like tomorrow if things can be a bit more ship shape. Still room for TT to make a great point earner out of this one. Maybe 777 as well. Could be a bit of an underdog earner on it for them if they can win out on this duel in particular as well. Already 7 elims to their name. 6 gets hit on this one. Has to backpedal. Dot damage is bad for him, so that's going to tick him down very low. Serich did look to try and convert, but couldn't quite get the overpeak towards. Vicious even falling as well off the back of their bout they had versus Champions. Nearly a decent majority of our squads taken down here, Max. We're only 17 minutes in.
This is actually a really interesting split we're seeing from 777. They've got some players west of Yaz with that high ground, which is making it really hard for TT Project to peek over the ridge of Yasnaya Lake. And actually, because of that, it is somewhat keeping 6 alive. That's the main reason why. But as I say that, there's an off-angle of Neos with the Org, able to get himself a knock. Unfortunately, TT Project are very low when it comes to utility, it seems. They don't have a lot of nades and molotovs. They did have a few remaining, but it's a very low count, so do you want to waste it for a fight that might just not connect? That's 3TN, does find a headshot to Neos. Same for Zerich, also dropping on down. So it seems like the fight has been kind of flipped on its head. TT Project dropping like flies, down to now as solo. It's going to be effect. And now I would say it's time for 777 to fully regroup, eliminate the competition, get rid of TT Project. If you do so, you know what? You would have a good opportunity to head for that chicken dinner this game. And yet, 3TN, he's on the front line, confirming Neos, looking for effect, as he is going to attempt and run away. But does ARCRED look for a third party?
Can effect for a spanner in the works here as well. He's been a bit of a solo dolo in positions like this all day. So if you give him an inch, he will take as much liberties as humanly possible. And they do heed your call. ARCRED on the rotate over. The nade lands straight onto the face of Zerich, and that trade will blow away TT. So 10 elims here for 777. They're hitting the jackpot thus far, but they are still going to have to fight fire with fire against the ARCRED team. As they're throwing nades on target. Just enough time to get your teammate up so they can still fight strong. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. Yeah, I think they do probably just have to bail. Oh, no, mate. Oh, mate, the 3-point turn.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't too hard to do proper parking with the 2-seater. He's able to make it solo HP for 3TN. Oh, my goodness, if he survives that, that'll be insanely lucky. In fact, those bullets don't barely hit him at the end. He makes it to the building. I would say, yeah, this is a good plan. Just give up. Unfortunately, Westron, I think, was going to be an impossible res to go for. Reposition, and you know what? You delay the fight because now you know where ARCRED are going to rotate from. They're going to be in a very similar situation to what we had earlier with TT Project, but they're not in zone. Whereas 777 here, Jackie, are in zone. So you know what? This is going to be a really good game plan. Delaying the fight until later on. You might also make it to top 4 just by surviving deeper and deeper in this game. So I think that was a great call from the IGL. As though to the west, we haven't really focused around these fights too much. You still have Motion, Champions, and the duo of Aurora. Center's going to be SSC. But now ARCRED, do you want to get involved? And 777 don't want to do anything with ARCRED, it seems. They're just going to be like, you know what? You take that spot. It's not worth it. We're going to send it straight center on phase number 5.
Yeah, I mean, long con for them, right? With the 10 points you've already got accumulated here, even if they can just somehow scrimp their way through to top 3, if champions go down, you'd basically get yourself a guaranteed second place out of it, which would give them a pretty good seed going into the recalibrate. So it's on the platter for them. They might as well try and see just how much they can get. You've done the hard part of racking up a big point earner with the elims. Now just play it smart for a bit of a later placement. Snake it out for a late game survivability sort of mindset. So yeah, if they can just keep their noses clean, it might not be too bad for them whatsoever.
Be a pretty decent setup, but this is going to be down to phase 6. Every team's pretty much in circle right now. You don't have to fight for position anymore. Well, actually, as I say that, Dishu does get knocked down by Demo. Again, a player that I think was underrated as hell when IHG did win PMGC a few years ago. Really happy to see him present in PMGO EECA. Is that going to result in a win, though? We'll have to wait and see, as Zyol sending himself deeper and deeper in Yasnaya Lake. And just hoping the circle is a northern one. If it is, he might be able to make it to top 3 purely off the back of that play alone. Trying to survive, but unfortunately most of Yasnaya Lake is taken out of this game. So, he's maybe looking to get a quick backstab onto 777. But no, he's spotted out. Okay, I don't think Zyol survives this. This is looking way too hard to leave the lake.
How long can he hold his breath? That's kind of the timeline of how long he'll actually have left here in reality, because you are trapped in position. If he touches that dock, he'll probably be shut down very quickly. Limited cover to play with, just a small bit of wood between his life in the battleground here for Aurora. With ARCRED just peering over the ledge, looking for an opportunity to put bullets downrange towards him. And they'll have a bit of cover off the back of the compound as well. Warrior for 777, taking the peek out towards the window and getting a read on where the rest of the squads are coming from when push comes to shove. Champion Esports, this is the other side that have already got themselves a decent collection of elims into this game. So they are another side that is just thinking about the big picture of survivability on this one. The longer they can coast it out, better it results for them. They've got rooftop angles set up. They've got vehicles for the reposition as well. So it's not doom and gloom for them just yet. The zone's still somewhat giving them space to play off of, but it will get a bit more uncomfortable the longer this goes on.
Keep in mind also in this circle, sure, it looks like a field finish, right? But you do have some little containers here and there you can work around. So I think that that's going to be a very natural progression for Motion. It could be the case for Champions. So whoever team is able to claim it first and maybe eliminate the other squad up there, that is going to be a really good spot to work around. So keep in mind those crates. They could be really, really important for how this late game will unfold. Star Soldier Epic. He's got himself also a decent spot on the road. They've got the guard tower too. Yeah, things have slowed down significantly. Down to 6 teams, but most of these teams, right, are just down to a duo. That's the case for Champions, for 777, Aurora Gaming, Motion, SSC's down to a trio. So, you know, despite having 6 limbs, we're very low on the player count. Just a few more limbs, and you know what? You might just jump from top 6 to top 3 in a matter of seconds. Survival of the fittest in these finishing moments. Sked, Matek surviving, making it deeper and deeper in the field. They got a good playable area. They can keep their cars hidden. But I think that Champions, with that high ground spot of Demo, is really going to be the thorn in their side who's going to be denying them good rotation potential in this game.
Yeah, no way to backline onto them, so you can just third party and spam on a drive-by. Yeah, this is kind of what we expected to happen eventually for Zol. He was trapped in the water for so long. Doggy paddling, hoping to stay alive for as long as he can, but that's the end of that one, mate. You can only tread water for that long.
Ooh. Good shot. Able to find Fleeket. And he's in circle, right? He's in circle. Most of the players of ARCRED are just barely outside of zone. The nade, though, that's going to be Warrior. They forgot about 777. They got way too close. They are in nade range, and the nades are doing so much work. That might just be a squad wiping coming very soon on ARCRED. One of the players going to be sending it deeper and deeper. Glory going to get picked off by, again, Doc. He's just getting 3 points left, right, and center. But they will get 1 res onto Star. Hoping to go for the heal off. We can see here, Jackie, the blue zone's encroaching on their area. They're forced to take a fight they don't want to commit to. And Doc, he's just waiting for them to be out in the open to get 3 eliminations, it seems. Behind the rock. He's being very cautious, not over-peaking. He gets some nice damage onto Hardboy. The knock has yet to come through. He's put down to literally 1 HP, and Doc will secure it eventually. Doc, when he's a solo, that's when he becomes the strongest menace in these kind of lobbies. And he will get the eliminations and take down all of ARCRED.
Man, the madness behind that one as well. The fact that Doc got that third-party shot on Glory on the pull-up towards 777. 777 we're down to just one man with low HP. Doc gets the knock on Glory. They're able to reset, then get the flush onto Glory, and have both players alive. So they get 11 elims off the back of it, and are still in the running to actually get a later placement on this one. So he saved their bacon massively to jump up further in the standings for a better finish in terms of the group seeding. Wow, yeah, that's crazy. I mean, classic Doc maneuvers, right? How far can he go with his solo mission now? He's done favors for 777. Will he be there unraveling with a later backstab?
If he gets a podium finish, they could do a jump from, what was it, 17th place right before this game up
to...
Yeah. Maybe around top 8, which would be such a significant jump up, especially as a solo now. They would do it for the longest time, but now as a solo, Doc, again, in Doc we trust. The crates area I was talking about earlier, seems like that's where Champions Esports are going to set up shop for Atomic. We did lose Demo, Fearless, and Kino earlier on this match. We're about to head into phase number 8, but all of these teams on the edge, 777 in particular, got to be careful. Doc is going to be spotted out, eliminated. You know what? 9 points, not too shabby for that game, despite... actually, especially because they started in a hot drop in Severny, right? So not too shabby.
Oh,
indeed.
yeah.
As, oh, Manu, what a spray with the Org onto Warrior. That's 777 out for the count. And now 3 squads remain here between Motion, side of SSC, and of course the solo player of Champions.
Yeah, and this could be a big one for Atomic on Champions if he's able to basically just find a way to lurk into even a second place off the back of it. That'd put them in a really good spot with the seeding-wise. They had decent elims on it. Placements could be everything because we saw our first place team going down early. Instant shot as well. That's a crisp connection with a rifle. Being able to still find impact back over. That's what you want to see, mate. Just chances to steal any livelihood from the other teams that remain here, make it uncomfortable and force that fight on a disadvantaged terms for the rest of the squads. If he can steal away a second place, his eyes will absolutely light up.
I'm so happy Champions took up the position here. He's only got 14 bullets on the ASM Abacan, so no crates. He wishes he could open that crate and get some extra loot in there, but unfortunately he's just, yeah, you got to wait. Hopefully he gets pushed up and gets some elims. If he does that, maybe he can get some extra ammo on some players of SSE, maybe Motion, but as of right now, he's just going to be stranded. 17 bullets might just make the difference, though, as he's one of the only few players in the circle. SSE do attempt to transcend one of the players in, and actually is going to be there, right down south of the road on that crate. Really good spot, but unfortunately very predictable when you are peeking behind one of those airdrops. And now the rest of SSE have to make a mad push forward in the depth of the fields. The Motion, if I'm not... Yeah, looking at their spot, they're not in circle here, Jackie. They need to make a push forward very soon. They don't have a lot of time.
Oh, Zone going to start nipping at your heels and bullets whizzing by from all sides. It's paranoia that kicks in, but he does get the downrange angle. Ked there being able to put shots onto Atomic. It's the only angle, realistically, you can fight at this point. But that does mean Star Soldier's X-Epic can close the gap somewhat on the push-up. And Ked could telegraph the location of Atomic at least. They get a full read of what position he's playing in. Just depends if he falls before he can actually take a pot shot over to guarantee that second place. Can't save your teammate, can't do much else other than hope he can win that 1v1 to at least get a second off the back of this. Finding the full squad wipe would be way harder with the angles they got to play with. Just peek up one after another, dispatch the situation.
Oh, no. Not in 1,000 years that's going to connect. He's trying. I think he was kind of expecting that Ked would just make a mad dash in the open. But that's going to be Ked denying the point to the blue, which is the best thing in my opinion. But that then does confirm that Atomic from Champions will secure a second place. Nice silver medal to get as a solo. But he's got no utility, right? He's only got, I think, a smoke and flashbang. Actually, no more smoke, just 2 more flashbangs. And only 6 bullets in the chamber. Now he's only got the shotgun, only the S12K. Okay, this is game over, Jackie. It's done.
Yeah, this is where it should end. Atomic will know it'll be going out. He can never just run into the blue, give it up. I think they actually do get first seed off the back of that, though, mate. If I'm not mistaken, with how the placements would have gone. I think with the points they had, being in second place, then with a move up from the shift, even though we see that chicken dinner going away of SSE, that's worked out very well for him in terms of the overall reshuffle, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what the leaderboards look like at the end of this game. But yeah, to be honest, SSE, well done on the chicken dinner, right? I do think it was kind of an easier transition into the late game for them because a lot of teams are just infighting each other. So they were just left a few stragglers to eliminate left, right, and center. So not too hard for SSE. But you know what? Still a 17-point game, so I can't be too critical. So hopefully we can see them do that also in the knockout stage, which is going to be the most important thing. But at the end of the day, it's Calibration, Jackie. It was a weird day, but tomorrow is when things are going to get real serious for these teams.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the storyline we've been hitting today, right? It's more kind of setting yourself up with a better seed, better sort of flow of the competition. See what works for you. What is it you need to get out there? Get the jitters out of the way, get some assessment of how teams are playing. We saw a mixed bag of how squads approach this one. We'll see where the dust settles in terms of the final standing shortly, but let's have a little look back at some of our highlights on this one. Of course, this was a little bit earlier when we were setting up for things. Aurora getting fragmented. Doc made that huge play that actually saved 777 getting slightly deeper into the runnings. But it is what it is in the end, with Star Soldiers X Epic being able to get the chicken dinner there.
There you go. SSE looking at the elimination spread for all of the players. It's going to be 3 eliminations for Mano. At least you're getting 4, so they're giving me just glimpses of the past right now. I'm really enjoying what we're seeing coming out from him. And he's able to get 4 points, almost 500 damage, and able to make it very deep in this game indeed. And this is the guy that, by the way, again, if you didn't see game number 1 of Calibration, just tried to do an absolute flex in residential area of George Pole, did a jump shot off a balcony to get a play on the roof with a double pump. Elisio just trying to absolutely flex on this lobby, it seemed, in today's games. But hopefully we can see that moving forward in knockout stage, and who knows, also maybe the survival stage. How high is that going to put them on the leaderboards, though? That is what I really want to wait and see.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty decent in terms of the jump up, mate. It should be a whole lot better for them considering how things were going. Obviously, the point threshold to actually get yourself a relatively better group, technically, wasn't that large. So we'll see. We'll get there in a second. Let's have a look at our MVP, though. Of course, selected from the winning team that time around, and it makes sense.
But is it going to be someone else that will be the top fragger of this game? I don't think it would be Elisio. I think it might be someone else. But yeah, of course, the MVP has to be from the winning team. So in this case, it will be Elisio. Again, just so happy to see such an OG player in the scene still putting up numbers to this day. Very similar to, like, for example, Top, that's been here since the very early days of PUBG Mobile Esports. Elisio is that before the Western European side of things. And yeah, checking out the player stats, indeed, who's going to be number 1? It is going to be Doc with the 6 eliminations, almost 1,000 damage, just shy of it. Followed up by then 3TN, Glory, then Elisio himself, and then Neos. So again, players from different squads all over the board. It feels like that's been something very consistent throughout today, Jackie, is these graphics is just 5 players from 5 different teams, can show that this lobby, again, is very stacked in terms of individual performances from these players.
Yeah, the individual talent has been playing through the roof today. So there's been that in absolute droves. This is the match ranking for Game 5 specifically. So you can see what points were taken away from this and kind of get a breakdown. Okay, yeah, so Champion's getting 11 points off the back of that one. Aurora with 12 points and 777 getting 15. So Doc actually massively giving them a bit of a lifeline there alongside their individual play that was found from the 11 elims. That was drastic for them. And then SSE that get a 17-point total off the back of it.
Yeah, that's going to be a big jump up for them. Of course, how high is that going to put them in the overall rankings? That is going to be the big question we're going to be answering very, very soon. But AMIX able to take an early fight almost. They were looking for it. They weren't able to find it and they didn't win it. And same for Mad that keep clashing with a DG77. Again, these things should be resolved, hopefully. I'm really hoping tomorrow as we see our overall rankings, and this is going to be our results for the calibration stage of PMGO EECA Spring 2026. And number 1 team will be none other than our Mongolian squad of Champions Esports with 43 points. So it's close here, Jackie, and they will be normally in Group A.
Yeah, moving them up there, 2 points of difference. So a big one for them, of course, being able to lap TT with that 43 total points on the day. So they will get the best possible seed, meaning they should get an easier group out of things when that breaks down. Aurora moved up massively, though. That's 6 places they were able to climb. So obviously going into that one far closer towards the bottom end of the pack. You know, you're starting there towards 17th. You're being able to climb up. Way better for them. They're going to be happy with how that worked, at least with a bit of a slower day. Towards the bottom side, though, a couple sides we didn't expect to see so low down. So interesting to see how this one's broken down.
Looking at the Delhi MVP also coming up very soon. I don't know for your prediction. I think it might be Windy. Seemed like there's been a consistent player throughout the entire day, but no, it is going to be Kino. Mongolian player here for Champions Esports, up to 9 eliminations throughout those 4 matches. A really strong average overall. And able to actually make it as an average survival time of almost 22 minutes, which is very deep in these games here, Jackie. But again, can they do it once more in the stage that matters most, which is going to be the knockout and survival stage?
Yeah, you've warmed up well. That's the key takeaway, right? You've calibrated high, but how are they going to be looking when they get themselves into a good position with the actual games that are coming up throughout the rest of the competition? That's the question. We'll see what their form's looking like. You were spot on, though, mate. Windy did have a big day of things. 11 elims overall there for the day. Hell of a performance.
Yeah, that was very fun to see Windy up there, of course, because of the MG3 plays we saw in Rozhok. That's when Windy got a big portion of their eliminations. But yeah, followed up by Demo, Kino, Zerich, and Alicio. So we do have then 2 players from the same team, which is going to be Champions Esports. And, you know, very happy with everyone here on this graphic. They've done exceptional stuff throughout the entirety of these 5 matches, but for them 4 matches played respectively. But I just want to get into the meat and potatoes, really, Jackie. I want to get into the main portion of the league stage. If this is going to be an avant-bush, a little bit of a teaser, then that's going to be absolutely top-tier gameplay coming up very soon for the Eastern European Central Asia region.
Yeah, so let's have a look back before we start to look forward to what is to come over the next intense few days of competition. 9 play days, of course, that are yet to arise for us here as we get our way into the league stage and the finals that will be coming up preceding that as well. 3 intense days of competition there with a lot riding on it. Not only the large monetary cash prize, but of course the qualification through that will be potentially life-changing for some of these players. Over the course of today, though, no repeat chicken dinner. It was a different squad each time with a mixed bag of results in terms of elims and how it played out. A bit of a different one, obviously, as we touched on today, right? You know, we're not seeing sort of that instant ignition of teams wanting to give it 100% and potentially reveal all their strats that will be played out for the full game starting tomorrow. But we did see a bit of a litmus test of some of our squads. Curious, though, mate, if potentially some of the teams that underperformed are going to be cursed with that as it goes on. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it's going to go down for these squads. I do really want to see, though, is TT Project going to play exactly like we've seen today, or are they just trying something a little bit different and are going to be looking like a completely different squad heading into tomorrow's matches? But of course, everyone, if your favorite team didn't do too good today, don't worry. It was the calibration stage. Everything is going to get real dicey for these teams heading into tomorrow in the knockout stage.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. Looking forward to it, of course. Greener pastures are coming. The competition will be really kicking off tomorrow. So make sure you've marked your calendars, made sure that you've got time to sit down, relax, and enjoy some beautiful PUBG Mobile with myself and Maxman, of course, guiding you through all the action when we get into things tomorrow. Any final words there, Max, before we wrap this one up and start to get some rest before things kick off tomorrow?
Please no hot drop. That's it. I just don't want to see them anymore. It's done. It was fun for today. Tomorrow I'm going to get angry. Evil Maxman will be here if I see any hot drops.
Well, there you go. Professor Maxman will be in the building. Thanks for joining us, guys. Shout out to the production team, of course, for making today look so beautiful. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, but the competition will be a whole lot more intense. So don't miss it. We'll see you later.
Start the war!
Wow.